Uh-oh! It's that time of the week again. It's that We Won't Get Stream live streaming live late at night streaming live stream late night stream. It's your boy, Aiden. You know, for the one time, two time we got as always. And of course tonight we also joined by a musical guest, Aiden. And accompanying Haiti, you know, we already got who we do, we just does it all with Max. This here we won't get streams of all streaming, live streaming of the stream right now when you're streaming. So let's do it real quick and let's stream.
Mamma mia!
Howdy, boom.
Howdy, howdy. What's up, everybody? How you feeling, Max?
Mamma mia!
Oh, I like that. PP was hurting yesterday. Does it feel better today?
My pee fell off a little bit.
Happens to the best of us.
I went to the doctor. He put it back on.
Oh, that's good.
He used
He
tape.
healed the skin.
No,
Oh,
he put it back on though. He used tape.
that's good. I hope it was a good kind.
No.
Well, yeah, here we are. We're back at it again, and to start off the show, we're gonna do the monologue, one joke monologue. I haven't really seen this. Max writes some, and we're gonna do it. So right now, we're gonna do it. You know, there was no airplane news really this week, which I don't know how to feel about. Part of me's sad, and the other part of me knows that I shouldn't be because it's airplane crashes. People die.
I'm sad.
I mean, it was a weekly. We were on a weekly kick there for a while, and now it's not happening. Anyway, let's do this. Let's do the monologue. Okay. Hey, so I was thinking we should try something different with this week's monologue, Max.
Yeah, what do you want to do?
Well, I'm pretty sick of doing them by myself, so this week we're going to share the monologue.
It kind of breaks the one rule of what a monologue is.
Shut up, you fat gay idiot. No one asked you.
Oh, you're right. I'm sorry. I just don't know what you mean by share the monologue.
It's simple. I'll say one word, and then you say the next word, and we go back and forth until we mono the log.
But I didn't prepare a monologue with you.
That's okay. We'll just wing it.
Okay,
Okay, I'll start.
great.
I
Must
confess
last
here
I
traveled
to
to Thailand,
and
strangled
a
hooker
to
at
with
my bare hands.
in
The street,
and
and
I
ate his.
body.
I
Don't
regret,
it
and I'm going
to
to kill again.
wow.
I can't believe we just improv that. Wow.
All right, good stuff.
What a
Good
great
stuff.
monologue.
Yeah. We get some applause from the studio audience.
Nice.
Baba Booey.
Grandma was on there and I was pissed when she texted me and she landed safely. I don't know, isn't there some kind of rude to say there's disappointment?
You have bare hands?
I do have bare
There
hands.
are.
I'm slacking on my
Don't clip that.
clip that, please.
Yeah, clip that. Not enough of you fucking
clip
idiots
that.
clip things. We had a random clip something in the last stream. A random person.
That
You
was
should
good
be
though.
yeah, it was a good clip. Team scripted. Clap, 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 clap.
All right. Well, there's a lot to get to right now. We got a
was.
slideshow. As always, feel free to call in whenever if you feel like talking to Dr. Love or if you feel like just sharing something really wild and crazy that happened to you this week. You can also join the Discord and you can share clips. We are only accepting clips that are cringe and or ratchet.
Mamma mia!
So if it's not either of those things, do not even think about sharing.
All right, hold
But
on.
for now,
We got a clip.
we're going to go ahead and start the slideshow. Thanks for that clip, Jimmy.
I'm gonna start this
I got
clip
naked
here.
in San Diego and started yelling this weekend. Why'd you do that?
You have bare hands?
What was that about? Who instigated that?
I do have bare hands. But sorry. Watching the clip. Got
Nice.
naked in San
Good clip.
Diego and started yelling this weekend. Is that like a gay
Like-
thing?
Mamma mia!
Definitely a gay thing, but
Bungoy. More like gay.
Yeah.
Sorry, that wasn't a good joke. That was just
all right.
gay. South Park reference to Coney 2012.
Well, okay. Well,
I'm gonna go around jacking it in San Diego. Yeah, I know the song. Stupid. You think I don't know Game? I know Game.
All right.
Jacket it, jackety jack. Are we wicked?
Mamma mia!
Live.
All right. Here we go. So are we will kid OMG Goku? We have been liberated from the goon. Come close. Don't stop. Quick life. Go to 80, Dr. Love. 30-ish. I mean, this is the 30th late night show. We've done a couple extra shows, and I don't know if that counts anymore. I'm losing track, losing time. If you were here on Tuesday, you were here when we made history, and we appreciate that. It was a rollicking good time.
Yeah, guess what,
Plenty
guys?
of
We're
fun
affiliate now.
messages. I know, it's pretty crazy.
That means you can give
Hashtag
us money.
Pilverine. It all started with hashtag Pilverine. And I do want to bring that back and shout that out. So please hashtag Pilverines in chat. Feel free at any time to throw that in.
You know, I really didn't realize hashtag Pilverine would have survived this long. I would have put more effort in that Fortnite season to get the Pilverine skin, but now it's gone forever and I don't have it.
Well, that's what I'm saying. We have to hashtag. We have to bring it back. We have to bring
Okay.
back the Pilverine skin.
There's no sub button yet. Oh, well, it's probably my fault. I didn't do anything other than
It's definitely.
you have it. Don't worry. Okay.
Young has it. There you go.
Let's see
All
this
right.
transition. Liberation has come. Things are finally more expensive.
Yes, y'all. How are we feeling post Liberation Day? I think we got Americans in chat at the moment. It's a good time to maybe talk about this. I mean, it's a brand new world. We were going to stream last night on the day, but it's a day later. It's all right. Liberation Day has come and gone. And how we doing at this point? Well, I'll tell you how we're doing. Where's the stock market at? Let's look at it right now. The thing that the pubs, they usually go, the stock. We need to make sure the stock market is good. Well, today the stock market lost $3.1 trillion in value.
Well,
So that's pretty funny. But we then, the tariffs are in action, so everything will be very expensive in this country. That's pretty fun. Let's take a look at it by the numbers. So every country, as I understand, has a minimum 10% tariff.
yes. I was I saw that basically the equation they used to determine these tariffs was just
Fair
like
point.
what was it? It was imports minus exports over exports or something. Where it was very just like not very well thought out, and there were like two constants in there too. And like it had a minimum of 10%. So even if like a different country didn't like export anything to us, like they only bought stuff from us, they could still get hit with a 10% tariff.
Right, yeah.
Right. 'Cause
That's the whole thing of it. It's the 10% is like baseline. There's non-negotiable.
Yeah,
No way around it.
which means
Yeah, we
those
see all this.
two islands, I forget where they were.
The McDonald Island. I sent you a
Yeah.
TikTok. I think Bung had sent me as well. It's going around right now about an island populated by penguins,
Yeah.
and for some reason they're hit with the tariff as well. The penguins got to pay to get. And frankly, they need to pay up. Freeloaders. Penguins are freeloaders. Not great. Not a great situation over there. McDonald Island. They don't even have the Big Mac. Unbelievable.
Yeah, there's gonna be some penguin memes. What was the penguin that like the baby emperor penguin at the zoo that was like bigger than all the other penguins?
I can tell you.
It was
It's a
before
bunch.
Mudang.
Definitely sounds like a pre-Mudang sitch.
Big penguin. There it is. Pesto.
Oh, there you go. Still penguin. Well, that's cute.
Oh yeah, 17% on Israel.
Yeah.
That's
I
cool.
just bought. I went to the. You never know when they're gonna hit you. Honestly, though, I just bought some fucking garlic the other day, like canned garlic sauce,
Mhm.
and then I'm using it, and then I noticed on the back, made in Israel.
Whoa.
So there's, maybe we won't be getting that canned garlic anymore. I don't know.
Mamma mia!
Why not?
But you should definitely play that TikTok real quick, though. In the clips we react to,
What'd they
have the island of the penguins.
Yeah, just give me 10 minutes to pull it up.
10 minutes. That's great.
Was it a TikTok or was it?
Spend money to make money. It's gonna take a while, but once we get there, it's gonna be great.
I think it must have been a reel. You haven't sent me a TikTok in years.
It's on. It's on. No, it's in the
Oh, it's
clips.
in clips. Gotcha. Sorry, we have 9 million threads.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Mamma mia!
Copy.
Baba Booey.
Paste. Ah. Yeah. No, not Bruce Springsteen, please. Despite having no human inhabitants but being home to many penguins, Australia's territory near Antarctica has been swept up in President Trump's global tariff measures.
Get used to it,
Oh yeah, you did send it to me, Bun.
lib penguins. Anyway,
all penguins are gay, and therefore tariff.
Yeah.
Yeah, no North Korea, no Russia. China's on here. Is South Korea on this list?
to be fair, we don't really trade with North Korea.
To be fair, there's an island full of penguins that we put a tariff on.
Right. No, listen. I'm just saying. I mean, that's what
Right. I mean,
argument is.
I get it. There was a 10-year-old who made this list, and like he just clicked a bunch of that. He saw the North Korea, and he's like, we shouldn't do that. That wouldn't make sense. We don't trade with them. But then he saw McDonald Island. He's like, haha, burger, and then penguins have had it too good for too long.
I think Brunei is 24% too. What are we necessarily? Let me see. What do we import from Brunei?
Country in Asia. Oh, thanks. That really narrows it down.
What do we import from them though?
Where even? Oh, okay, gotcha. It's like near Indonesia.
Oh, it's the United States imports crude oil, refined petroleum products, and natural gas from Brunei. Interesting.
Great.
Talk about them gas prices.
Gas?
Oil man.
Yeah.
Oh my god!
This is funny. I wonder how long if this will last. If it'll.
I mean, this shit is just obscene. Chad gets a 13% tariff.
Yeah. What, Chad? What the fuck
Sorry,
did Chad do?
Honestly, Chad, fuck off, dude. Chad. Hey, you owe me, dude. Chad, listen, dude.
This is so fucked up.
Moldova with
Madagascar.
the 31.
Why does Madagascar get 47%?
Yeah, that's crazy.
This penguins in Madagascar. Maybe that's what it was all about.
Yeah, that's all. It's all about the penguins, dude. We're pissed.
Oh!
The China and
Yes.
India being so high is gonna fuck everyone everywhere.
Oh, for sure, dude.
Taiwan, also huge.
Say goodbye to Temu.
Yeah.
Alright.
Did you just buy a cell phone for $1,200? Well, guess what? Now it's $1,600.
Can you pull up a graphic of the stock market too? I just think it's funny to look at.
Yeah.
What the fuck? Here we go.
There's the dip right there.
Oh my god. Look at the numbers on the top though too.
Minus
Yeah.
1,679.
Nice, dude.
Oh,
Speaking of
VIX is up.
McDonald's, I'm loving it.
What is VIX?
Shouts out.
I don't know how to invest, so I don't know
S&P
what I'm looking
500
at.
closed. It's closed.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Wall Street
Whatever,
Journal.
man. Dow Jones.
Yeah.
It's so stupid. It's gonna get worse before it gets better, folks. That's just how you do business. You gotta lose money to make money back.
Yeah, it's mostly just funny to me because I was frustrated when Biden was in power, and like anytime he'd say the economy's doing great, and then he just pointed at the stock market. I'd be like, I hate how that's the measurement of the economy doing well is the stock market doing
It
well,
really
because
is not. I mean,
there's
but,
so much wealth
I just think
inequality
it's
that
a
it's
funny
like,
metric because it's the metric too that conservatives have used forever as well. It's tanking.
yeah.
Well, I don't know what the hell's going on today, but whatever, man.
Yeah,
Whatever,
it's
man.
fun. I say that we had an alleged good economy under Biden with a bunch of poor people, and now we're gonna have a not good economy with a bunch of poor people.
Yeah.
Is the way
Poorer.
I'm looking.
Bro,
Yeah,
I mean,
more
you
poor.
want to talk about grocery, you want to talk about eggs. I
Less
mean, shit,
spending
you're not going to
power.
be able to buy Doritos, man. If that flaming hot.
Anybody Doritos in chat? Anybody Doritos? No verb necessary. Anybody Doritos?
Thank God we're liberated, quite frankly. It's great.
Where'd you
There
get
you
these
go.
photos?
They were just saved on my FAP folder.
Oh, okay.
Just threw them in.
Your Fats folder or FAP folder?
App.
Okay.
Alright.
There you go.
Free up my ass, RN.
Love that for you.
Not a registered nurse.
I love that for you. That's great. All right, so Liberation Day has come and it has gone. Now, what do we have to look forward to in this life? Well, movies. Uh-oh.
Yay.
CinemaCon in Las Vegas. A lot of stuff's been happening. A lot of stuff, If you're unfamiliar with CinemaCon, it's basically Comic-Con for everything else, plus also a little bit of Comic-Con stuff. Like, it's when you notice all of a sudden, oh, there's a bunch of trailers out and shit. What's going on? Well, this type of bullshit's going on. A lot of stuff's been happening. I have down here is like a live coverage of every day. Like a couple days ago, it's been like every day is a different studio, and then they're underlings. What did fucking was he up for Springsteen? I bet. So,
Who is what now?
oh, Fire and Ash came out. Jeremy Allen White, he's playing Springsteen. Bear.
Oh, I thought that was for Mandalorian Grogu. I thought that was for
B.
for Rana the Hutt. Yeah. So CinemaCon, tell me what's happening.
Yeah, we can look up more recent updates, but I'm going to burn through some of these too. So I've been keeping up with all this stuff because it's the thing that makes me edge the most. Because I love movies. I love so I've been going through it. A lot of wacky stuff. First of all, you see the Zelda movie, live action Zelda. They got a date on it, March 26, 2027. That was a big little announcement. Not sure how to feel about it. Don't think it's necessarily going to be. It didn't necessarily instill confidence that they just put up the logo.
Yeah, when they announced the Mario movie, they announced like the cast too with it, like. And
well, the thing, unlike the Mario movie, this one is
cool.
live action too, which then just makes me concerned. Not to say that I don't want it to be live action. I think it definitely has potential. But like, what's the vision here? I don't know. I didn't really get a sense of it. You're not really able to watch these panels either unless you're there. You just see like, the covers like on Deadline or little recaps. I don't know exactly what was going down with that panel, but not much was revealed outside of they said Zelda's happening. It's live action, and here's a release date, March 26, 2027, which is not that far away.
No, 2 years.
But they don't have a cast.
No cast announced.
No cast announced. I mean, I'm sure there are people in negotiations. But yeah, and there's no who are they saying? Yeah, the only person attached is the director, who's Wes Ball. Wes Ball did he did The Maze Runner. He also did Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes, which wasn't bad.
Okay.
But it's not. I mean, look, you never know. You really never know. I mean, Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes was like interesting, but it was just kind of like going off of like Matt Reeves' kind of vision.
I hear that, and I think get a director with experience.
I'm not necessarily getting like a visionary director concept out of this, but you never know. I mean, especially since they barely mentioned him like as being the director during the presentation. It was just the fucking studio head. And like, as you can see, it was literally just bringing up the Zelda logo and the date. Like, it's coming. So there was that. The Beatles movie was some crazy stuff. The Beatles movie. Four movies released in 1 month. They're shooting 4 movies simultaneously. So it's going to be Sam Mendes, the director, Sam Mendes is a great director. He did Skyfall, which is one of the best Spawn movies. And outside of that, he's done classic, cinephile movies like American Beauty and shit. So look, it's not like they got some schmuck on this. So he's a solid director, great theater director too. So that gives me some confidence in the way he may be able to capture like musical performance. Cast seems okay. I saw someone say like it's annoying because they're all like kind of too good looking, but at the same time, I mean, look, it's movie making. I mean, what are you gonna do? I think with all that being considered, the cast is pretty solid.
It's not like the Beatles were like ugly either. It's just
they weren't
they were just skinny kind of compared to these.
Just look like dudes. I mean, they just look like English dudes. But yeah. So the whole concept though, Sam Mendes said it'll be the first theater binge experience. Like you're expected to binge watch at the movie theater.
Fuck that.
Binge watch the Beatles movies.
God.
But yeah, it's going to be 4 movies. The Beatles, John. The Beatles, Paul. The Beatles, George. The Beatles.
The only reason I can do binging is because I can like jerk off in the middle of it.
Yeah, exactly. So that was kind of a wacky announcement. We'll see. It's a grand experiment, I don't know. No intermission, yeah.
I mean, I will literally.
I'm going to watch all of 4 of the movies. But
yeah. they'll probably be
Still,
fine, but like it's just it is kind of weird because they're all these are biopics or are they just
yeah, I suspect it's going to be really like one point in time. I think they're going to focus on like Abbey Road ish. That's my guess.
I would
I
guess
think
like
it's going to be like a
that
little
and
bit like giving you flashbacky scenes, but maybe focus on like the disillusion of the band through each of their perspectives. That's what I'm gleaning. I don't know for sure, but that's what, especially considering the ages of the
yeah,
actors.
they're
They're
all
all
like in their
around the age of like towards
20s,
when they were
late
like when they
20s.
broke up. Yeah,
Yeah, I imagine it's going to be like 69 post, like 1969, and then further,
yeah.
like going to their solo. Because if they're doing four separate movies and you're focusing on when they were the Beatles, they're all doing the same thing, right?
I mean, look, it could be like each movie is a different era of the Beatles through. Then each movie is a different lead character.
Yeah.
You know, that could be someone interesting. We don't know for sure. We just know that it's each movie is a different perspective. 4 movies, all
First
in one
movie
month,
is
all in April.
first movie is George, and you see George just getting like his ideas shot down. Second movie is John yelling at Julian. Third movie is
Yeah, the John movie is just him beating his wife and yelling at his son, and then Yoko shows up at the end. It's
she's the
supposed to be a
post
happy
credit scene.
ending. Yeah, like Marvel. Ah, what is that beautiful noise? Ah! Oh my god! Sounds like a bloody angel.
The third movie is Paul just
Is
being
that?
like, no, 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 I hate this. No, shut up, fuck you, shut up. And then fourth movie is Ringo like on the train
The
doing his
Bringo
show.
movie is going to be the most boring movie. I want Octopus's garden. You guys want to hear it? I was thinking about octopi today. Wondering about it, about octopi.
I mean, he had the most stable life. He just kind of like was sick as a child, was a professional drummer, joined the band as a professional drummer, and then like
Yeah.
just did shit he wanted after that.
I was just watching a clip of Bernard Purdy getting like ranting and raving, pissed off because he was like on those early Beatles records, and he claims I was the drummer, not Ringo. Bullshit. But anyway, I don't know. We'll see
Bernard
if Bernard
Purdy?
Purdy shows up in the Ringo movie.
Bernard, quick, sit down. I have to pee. She's got a ticket to Bernard. That was great. That was a great take. We're using that one. Awesome. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, let
Other.
me see. Okay, yeah, I'm getting distracted. All right, so to burn through the rest of them. Up top, I got a clip here, a picture there of the bride. You see Maggie Gyllenhaal, someone that looks like a Joker girl in the back.
Yeah.
Apparently, they showed some footage for this movie, and people were eating it up and really loved it because apparently this movie is like what people wish Joker 2 was. It's the Bride of Frankenstein and it's the Bride and Frankenstein's monster, who's played by Christian Bale,
Mm-hmm.
and they're going on a killing spree like Bonnie and Clyde style. And as you can see, she looks Joker-y, and I guess the last shot of it was like her head in a vase or something, and people ate it up. I guess it got a big reaction out of the room, and people thought
Is
it was
that
really
shot?
fun.
That shot's from the movie.
Yeah.
It's gonna be black and white.
No, I don't think so. I think
Oh,
that was just for dramatic effect.
I wish it was. That'd be cool.
Could be. Look, I don't know. I didn't read that much about it,
I love the insane.
but yeah, the
contrast of
reaction
old
apparently
black and
was
white
still
movies.
pretty good. I'm looking forward to it. That was the consensus, though. Was people being like, "That's what Joker 2 should have been." So, that's
Should've
kind of the
had
vibe of the
Frankenstein.
movie. I guess there's a scene where Frankenstein's just Christian Bale Frankenstein bashes somebody's skull into a wall. So there you
Oh, nice. Is this connected to the DCU?
go. No, although it could be.
Yeah.
It could be.
It's fine.
No. No, because they actually like each other in this one, though. So,
We'll just make it all spoiler.
which was one of the one things I do. I don't love the one thing in Creature Commandos. I think I talked about was that I did not love the Bride and Frankenstein story. I wasn't really into that. I thought it was depressing, sad, and odd. Anyway, so speaking of James Gunn, though, in the top left, you have the Superman thing. They dropped the footage that they showed at CinemaCon. Did you watch it?
Yep, the sneak peek.
Yeah. So I have thoughts on that I'll circle back to at the end of all this shit. I do not tell women to smile more. That's bullshit. That's bullshit. That's rude.
Hayden at the bar. Hey, I noticed you weren't smiling, so
He doesn't like sad stories.
I bought you a.
That's not it at all either. I like sad stories. Here's what I don't. You're going to get me to rant about Creature Commandos, man. Which is a show I generally liked. I thought the whole angle of like the doctor was fucking her, was like in love with it, and still 200 years later she doesn't have the wherewithal to realize that like she was essentially being raped by her father was a gross, weird story. Oh, sorry. Anyway, there's James Gunn at the top left.
She should smile more.
She should smile more. Nice. Thank you. Like I said, I do have some thoughts on this Superman footage, but
we'll watch it later.
Owned by Lowbrow Comments. Yeah, I'll talk about that once we watch that. So then, bottom left, I have two different pictures of Zach Kreger, bro, our boy, giving two different presentations.
Really?
And the most exciting thing is in the middle is him presenting a movie called Weapons. That's his next movie before he does Resident Evil.
Oh, shit.
And Weapons has so far gotten the biggest reaction out of CinemaCon outside of like fucking Wicked and shit. In terms of like original IP, people were loving the footage and like it was the biggest, like in the reports, like this movie's going to be a banger. It's the premise of the movie. I guess he showed footage and he showed like a trailer that still hasn't come out yet. We'll see whenever it does. But the gist of the movie is it's about an elementary school teacher whose class, it's like a second grade class or something. And one night at 2 a.m, every kid in her class gets out of bed, walks out the house and disappears. And then the whole town is blaming her or confused by why this one class all disappeared.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess the footage was thus far called the scariest of any of the horror movie presentations. People thought it was the scariest.
Cool.
So I'm pretty hype on that. So in the middle is him giving a presentation about that, and then he came back the next day to do his presentation for Resident Evil.
That's so awesome.
He didn't get it.
I feel so I know I had nothing to do with Zach Kreger, but I just feel so proud as a viewer of Whitest Kids You Know for like the last 15 plus years of my life. You know, like that shit has always been peak to me.
For sure, dude. So yeah, I mean, I agree. I think it's fucking sick, like basically being raised on that shit. And
it'd be nice if Hollywood, you know, recognized that how often these comedy people just can make original IPs and like make them really good. Like I imagine there's a lot of writers that just go into comedy because it's a lot easier to like break into that. And, like,
I mean, well, it's harder to write it, but it's easier to break into. I guess if you figured it out, it's easier to navigate. But I mean, comedy's hard though. You know, not everyone's funny, especially in screenplay format. But that was what was so great about Barbarian. It was funny.
Mm-hmm.
It was scary and funny. Anyway, so yeah, he had 2 presentations at CinemaCon, which rarely ever happens for any director. That was pretty cool, and both were received well, although he didn't give that much away about Resident Evil outside of just talking about, you know, he's a fan and he's excited and it's going to be gory and blah, blah, blah. So there you go with Zach. Karate Kid Legends I have here. I couldn't be fucked. I can't. And I say that as someone who watched all of Cobra Kai. I'll probably watch that movie whenever it's out on fucking Netflix or something, but even then, I don't know. I mean, it seems like the movie to get the adults who didn't watch or like Cobra Kai, but who liked Karate Kid to come back and watch this. It seems very dull. It's basically just Karate Kid again, which was what the problem with all the original movie sequels that the Cobra Kai series kind of made fun of was like it made Karate Kid, it was a big hit, but then how do you sequelize? That idea is just I trains kid to be Karate Kid. And then the second movie was like, I have to keep training kid to be Karate Kid. And the third movie's like, train harder to be Karate Kid. And the fourth one was like, well, here's a new kid to be a Karate Kid. This just feels like that again. And now it's this really convoluted story to bring the two together of like, he knew Kung Fu, but now he needs to learn karate because his bully knows karate, which is, I mean, I don't know, whatever. It's fine.
There's like so many interesting directions you could go with this too. When you think about it, like just on a pure like fiction standpoint, where first movie is training some kid to be really good at karate. Now you have a character that people are invested in that's like really good at fighting. You could go in any fucking direction. Like, and now I'm a spy. Now I'm a spy kid.
Maybe, yeah.
You do a spy movie.
Speaking of going in an interesting direction, there was the Megan footage was shown at CinemaCon 2 from Megan 2, Megan 2.0, and that trailer was fun. And I liked the first Megan a lot. And their idea for doing a sequel was to Terminator it and turn Megan into the hero. And that is a funny idea, I think, to sequelize something. Is just do Terminator with Megan. It's funny. I mean, it literally looks like a parody of Terminator, which made me laugh. Naked Gun did a presentation, and that looked funny. They showed footage of Wicked. There was, which is, this is what you can expect. I don't know what else on the top of my head, but yeah, you can click that thing. There was Disney today, so I think they did something with Mandalorian. If we want to click that and see whatever was revealed, I don't know. Today was Disney.
Oh, today was Disney.
Yeah. It should be on that general coverage link, like if you scroll down, because it's updated live.
Oh, gotcha. Walt Disney Studios presentation. Hannah John Kamen, Wyatt Russell, Florence Pugh, Julia Dreyfus, Thunderbolts. Jeremy Allen White for Deliver Me, Bruce Springsteen.
Yeah.
Predator Badlands for Elle Fanning, Andrew Cripps.
There you go.
Okay. 2025 slate of Marvel. Or no, this is just Disney.
Disney in general.
Look at that in a sec. Some pictures. Jamie Lee Curtis. Freaky Friday.
Freakier Friday. It's a lot freakier.
I hope that's good for Jamie Lee Curtis's sake.
Yeah, well.
Been just involved in some stinkers.
You know what else got shown that apparently the footage was actually pretty good? The consensus in the room was, wow, that was actually pretty good. Fucking He-Man, Masters of the Universe. They showed footage, and I guess people were like, "Oh, okay,
good."
So that was interesting to hear.
I'm glad. Tom Cruise and Glenn Powell. Tom Cruise and Mark Hamill. Okay.
Yeah, so just photo ops.
Tom Cruise, Heil Hitler. What?
I'm sure he was doing. Yeah, he was doing some shit for Mission Impossible.
Yeah.
That's the type of picture that conservatives use of like, see, people do it all the time, but he's not. It's middle.
He's
We're
pointing,
here.
Yeah.
We're here. We're
Is
not
that-
up.
Is that Tom Kenny?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's Tom
SpongeBob.
Kenny and Mark Hamill.
Nice. Cool. Search for SpongeBob SquarePants.
Oh,
Oh my
great.
god. Imagine this
That
is
one, I'm pumped about that.
The Force Awakens parody, but it's SpongeBob.
Yeah.
SpongeBob has disappeared.
Search for SquarePants.
SpongeBob has vanished.
What's the premise of that shit? It's literally what it's going to be. SpongeBob has vanished, and then what it's Plankton's granddaughter.
Or maybe it is just Luke Skywalker has vanished.
Yeah.
I'd like that even more. And then SpongeBob has to find
Apparently,
Luke
it just
Skywalker.
Mark Hamill's playing the Flying Dutchman, and it's SpongeBob versus the Flying Dutchman is the premise.
Interesting, because Tom Kenny does the Flying Dutchman voice in the show.
Well, not anymore, baby.
I could be wrong, actually. I thought he did.
I'm pretty sure he does.
Yes, he does.
Oh, that's Edgar Wright, though. What movie is this? So scroll down.
The
Edgar
Running
Wright
Man.
and Glenn Powell. What is this? A Running Man? Like the fucking Schwarzenegger movie? What the fuck? Yeah, out this year. Edgar Wright out in November. Oh, all right.
Glenn Powell, Edgar Wright, Coleman Domingo, Josh Brolin. Those some people.
Podcast of Edgar Wright.
Domingo.
What the fuck is that about?
Chris Aronson at Paramount Pictures presentation.
Executive.
Oh, gotcha. Jung Bang. We're just talking.
Just yapping.
Deadpool Wolverine
trade show.
collectible
Trade show.
items.
Yeah, I mean, that seems like pretty much it for the day. I mean, then we're going to get all this stuff bullshit.
Here's the Disney lineup for 2025. Avatar Fire and Ash, the next Avatar movie. You know, say what you will about the Avatar movies. I'm at least glad that they're getting them out now because it's been so fucking long.
I will say that. Yes, sure.
It's just been annoying to like, as a meme, you know. We're working on it. Almost done. Zootopia 2. Ooh. Excited for that
McKay.
one. Lilo and Stitch.
Ella McKay, an idealistic young politician, juggles familial issues and a challenging work life while preparing to take over the job of her mentor, the state's longtime incumbent governor. Sounds pretty thrilling. Oh, guess who else is in it? Jamie Lee Curtis.
Oh, so is she the incumbent governor?
Must be.
Is
Yeah,
it?
there
What
you
is?
go.
Is that just like an original story?
I guess, yeah.
Kind of interesting, I guess. Could be
I
interesting.
mean, I don't know. We'll see. This Springsteen biopic too. I'm like, who wants this? I don't know.
Not me. Tron Ares. Is that a continuation of the Tron movies?
Yeah.
Or is this new?
Early buzz on that is pretty good. But there's so much Leto. You got Leto as the main character in that, and he's the villain in fucking He-Man, and I don't know what the hell's going on.
Scroll up here.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, it's just a lot of cool stuff. Exciting. There was also, in relation to that that Zelda movie, there was a Nintendo Direct for the Switch 2, the Nintendo Switch 2, which we didn't do a slide for, but
Yeah, their presentation.
yeah, apparently, not so good. Not so good for that. The naming convention is better than when they did the Wii U, so people know it's a new console at the very least, because it's good for them. The price of the games, not so good. video games for the Nintendo Switch 2 are going to be $90 if you get the physical thing, or $80 if you get a digital version.
God damn.
I think it had like a screen share thing.
I'm not rushing.
It was really terrible. Yeah, I don't see any reason to get that. Like that, and the games they showed off was like Mario Kart. But I think that was it. I don't know. We can look at that later if we want. But
yeah. Another thing I was gonna add, I guess, for the fucking Final Destination shit was that, I mean, for CinemaCon was this Final Destination. Footage of that was well received too. It was like just looked very gory and like, you know, people said it just looked way better than the later Final Destination movies. And the plot is kind of fun because it's about like death is mad that somebody escaped like a near-death experience and now they're killing off their bloodline.
right, isn't that like all of the movies?
Kind of, but this one has to do with like,
Is death characterized or something?
I don't know. I don't know.
That'd be an interesting
So
angle to take.
all I heard was what I heard.
It's like these movies are just like
all I heard was though that it was fun.
Yeah.
And that it was a college student has nightmares that foretell her family's demise. Returns home to find the person who can prevent it. But I guess the footage was fun, so we'll see. I would definitely go see that. But, so
yeah,
there you go, CinemaCon. Oh, there was also footage for that new Paul Thomas Anderson movie, which apparently looks good. But then everyone was like, "Wait, what?" Because it it turned out it's the new Leonardo DiCaprio movie directed by Paul Thomas Anderson, who's like considered one of our modern great directors. But apparently, Leo wanted so much money it like ballooned the budget. So this what should be like an indie film cost $140 million. Oh. So it's so there. Basically, people were like, "Hey, it looks good," but there's like no fucking way that that movie's gonna make its money back. Yeah, it says right here now, according to Variety, the film will need to gross between 260 and 300 million to even just turn a profit. Just get there. It needs 300 million.
What's the name of it? I don't know.
One Battle After Another. The trailer came out for that too, and the trailer looked good. But they showed footage at the CinemaCon, though. I guess they showed a whole sequence. And it's like a satirical film about ex-revolutionaries. Yeah, I mean, P.T. Anderson's one of the greatest, but I mean, I think this is probably this has to be his most expensive movie. I mean, 120. Yeah, I mean, his last movie cost 40 million, and box office made 33. So, didn't even turn a profit. Eventually, it turned a profit, I guess. But before that, the budget. Phantom Thread, one of my favorite films of all time, that cost 35 million, and it made around 50. So yeah, I mean, you just made another movie, but Leo wanted so much money. I mean, I guess it was Leo ballooned the budget. He needed to get paid like 30 million, just him.
Well, if he's 30 million,
his minimum apparently Leo's minimum is $20 million. Do any movie. His minimum is 20 million. And so I guess
fucking imagine.
They paid him the 20, and then like at some point I think they ended up getting him even more. So
what do you even do with $20 million? Like, I don't even understand.
You date 22-year-olds. I don't know, dude.
I guess. Any 22-year-olds in chat?
Uh-oh. But yeah,
Not enough
that's an
20 million.
interesting one. It's interesting because it's on the other side of the spectrum of like what we've talked about in terms of these big budgets. Like when it comes to these big IP movies, like even Marvel movies and shit, where they're like 300 million. You're like, why? Because movies can very easily be made for good, solid movies can be made, and still feel epic or big in scope for 50, 60 million.
Yeah.
Um,
But now the tariffs are
yeah.
gonna make movies more expensive.
Yeah, now tariffs are
20% tariff on Hollywood.
they're ruining the movies.
He has an Oscar. He deserves it. I mean, you're right. He does deserve the 20 million per movie.
Yeah.
And the 22-year-olds.
Yeah, and
Mostly
the
the
22-year-olds
22-year-olds.
especially. Oh, God. Anyway, yeah, so that's mostly CinemaCon, except the next slide is the one other thing that served its own conversation, I think, because I think it'll go off.
Have you ever read like the accounts of the girls he like sleeps with or dates?
Not really. I mean,
They're mostly just funny.
Yeah.
It's like
Yeah.
he took me into his backyard and he had this covered glass dome with a bed in it. And then he fucked me for 4 minutes and it's Marvel has to pay tax on Tom Holland and Chris Hemsworth now. Yeah. Well, the consumer does. Spider-Man stuff. Beyond the overrated verse? Ooh, is that... Hey, I didn't make the slide, but there's a pregnant Spider-Man here.
Hey, that's from the movie, bro.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So among the things that were announced then was during the Sony day, they did the Spider-Man announcement. That's the logo for the live action for Spider-Man 4. It's directed by Destin Daniel Cretton, the dude who did Shang-Chi. Solid choice. The logo looks good, whatever. I'm sure it'll be fun. I mean, I was just kind of circling back on the Tobey movies, and I don't know. Hard not do that for me. I really, really, don't like Far From Home. So, but anyway, so then we got it just left such a bad taste in my mouth because there's so many people then who just do like it. And I don't know. Anyway, so in the middle we got that they did a thing for Beyond the Spider-Verse, and this is like a picture of Prowler still, and then they had another still of Miles that, I mean, it looked like it could have fucking been taken from last movie. Anyway, so then they show this still of the Prowler and then the still of Miles, and they're like, yeah, this movie's going to be out in, I think they said 2027.
Spider-Man Brand New Day. Is that what that is, or is that something else?
What?
It was Brand New Day, the Spider-Verse thing?
No. Brand New Day's the new Tom Holland movie.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He came out. That was its own thing. Destin Daniel Cretton, the dude who did Shang-Chi, is doing the new Spider-Man 4.
Gotcha. Okay.
Which is Brand New Day.
That's why I'm confused.
And that you see here, it says that's out July 31st, 2026.
Right. And then Spider-Verse.
After that, they go, okay, now here's Spider-Verse. They show this image of the Prowler and an image of Miles, and then they're like, yeah, it's going to be out in 2027. Push back to 2027. And it's like, dude, I said this. I was the stinker when fucking Beyond, or what would Across the Spider-Verse came out. Because I was like, people were loving on it. It was like, I don't know, man. The fact that the animation looks cool is not enough to me. I did not think that like a premise was that amazing in that movie. Like, it was fun, but it was about as fun as like any other like solid kids movie is. And then it's not a whole movie. Like, it ends in the end of the second act, and then it's done. And people were like, well, it's awesome. It's just going to lead into the next movie.
Just don't die
how
in the next
long?
5 years.
Yeah, when's that gonna come out? You know, it's like it was supposed to be like I think originally it was supposed to be the end of this year, and it was 2026. Now at CinemaCon they're like it'll be out in 2027. What the fuck is taking so long? If you already had all these concept, you know, so there are rumors going around that there's a lot of like infighting at the studio between the producers and the studio and all this about like the way it's all going to end or something. But to me, it just adds to Across the Spider Verse just not being that fucking good. It's fine, but like it really is half a movie. And then it's like, wait, I have to wait 4 or 5 years to see the next half of this movie. That's fucking ridiculous.
Mockingjay Part 2 looking ass, Deathly Hallows Part 2 looking ass.
The difference with Deathly Hallows Part 2 at least was like the year after. Deathly Hallows Part 1 and then Part 2 was the year after. Boom. To me, it's like what adds to this was because this is what I had said before when people like it's the next movie. It just adds anticipation for the next movie. Like, how long does your anticipation like? Once I've been waiting 2-3 years, I mean, I'm starting not to give a fuck.
Yeah, that they like forget sometimes that these movies, everybody watches them, but like they're primarily targeted at like younger people.
Right, and that's the
So
other
like
thing.
if
Like,
you're
if
like
I'm
13
fucking
and you watch this and the sequel comes out when you are 18, like what the
do
fuck?
you even give a fuck anymore? I mean, if you're like us, maybe. I mean, if you're like those, just loving that shit. But I don't know. At the same time, like
It
I
just
think
was
they're
cringe.
gonna
I was 13 when the movie came out.
right, especially if you because take it back. Think you're like 11 when you were super into Miles or whatever. Flash forward now, you're like 16 and you're in peak. Like I don't even care. I just want you're just a douchebag teenager. You don't want to go see the Spider Verse movie. You're in that mid zone of trying to sneak into Final Destination. You know, so I don't like.
Spider-Man would be better if he punched people through the tummy and then their guts came out, like
Yeah,
Invincible.
exactly. So I just don't get this shit, man. I mean, like I said, I called this shit when the fucking goddamn movie came out, when the last movie came out. I was like, this shit. People were eating it up, but to me, I was like, I literally just spent $20 to watch half of a movie. So like, okay, I guess it was like a decent half of a movie. And now I'm sitting here like, all right. So the next part, 2027 coming out. They haven't even shot Spider-Man 4, and that movie's coming up before. And I get, animation takes longer, but they've already been animating. They've been animating this shit since before the last movie came out.
Yeah.
But what the fuck?
It's harder to do reshoots on an animated movie because you have to. It takes so long. So
True.
you're
But
supposed
that's
to
what I'm
not
saying.
do
Like
that.
the only answer to why this is taking so long has to be arguments. The Sony trying to, and Sony's difficult. I mean, they fuck up every single Spider-Man movie they've ever done, but these movies,
Yeah.
I mean, every single one they've done since the MCU era began.
I mean, they fucked
You
up.
could argue Venom was like the one they kind of succeeded on, but there were a lot of factors for why that first one was such a hit.
They fucked them all up to various degrees.
Yeah.
Spider-Man 3 was a fuck up because too many villains, but it wasn't like terrible, Amazing Spider-Man 2 fucked up in its own way.
This is a bad movie.
MCU Spider-Man's fucking up, and it's they all fuck up in their own ways. They could get
So
fucked
yeah,
down.
they've just been blowing it. And with this shit, I'm like, this is just once again, it's like I'm not that kind of nerd, bro. I'm not really gonna be like joking on the did you don't you see like the animation, like you can see the frames per second, the particle, whatever. Like I don't just tell me a good story, bro. And don't take 100 years to do it. That was my whole shit with this Avatar bullshit, bro. The man made Pocahontas, and then he was like, "Wasn't that good?" Now you got to wait 10 years for the second one. What?
Yeah.
But it was so cool because it looked like a video game. I don't know, bro.
All right, let's go to the next slide before you lose it.
Anyway, oh yeah, it's a
All right.
quick just shouts out.
Shout
Shout
out
out to
Val
Val Kilmer,
Kilmer.
bro. Legend, you know. He was a great Batman in a not so great Batman movie, but he was great. And, you know, outside of that, you got Heat, Tombstone, The Doors, uh, Kiss Kiss Bang Bang. You have a whole laundry list of banger movies from Val Kilmer. Top Gun. So, you know, rest in peace. A legendary career gone too soon. And will be remembered. Hashtag release the Schumacher cut.
Nut.
That's it.
You just hit the nut sound effect on the Val Kilmer memorial slide.
Nut.
Okay. Uh-oh.
Let's go.
Looks like, yeah, Nelly fired me, parentheses, Hayden.
Listen, man, like I wasn't even gonna talk about this shit, but you know what? I just wanted to say real quick that you know, wait, click this real quick before I start ranting about Nelly firing me.
Yeah.
I'm Bungsley. Put that up.
You look good. I used to tape pictures of you over my ex-husband's pics so I could leave them up. That was 14 years ago. Val Kilmer. Holy smoke, that's strange.
Legend. It was strange.
Holy smoke. But yeah, so last stream before we hit 50 followers, you were saying you're gonna stop streaming with Are We Woke Kit because Nelly hired you to play the Viber Slap on his tour.
Yeah. I don't know, man. Basically, we got into it. He slapped me around. You know, this was in Miami, you know, downtown. I showed up. I pulled up to rehearsal this morning, and he was pissed off. I don't really know what for, but he was ranting. He was saying something about my politics. You know, I don't know how he would even know any of that. We don't really talk shop like that. But yeah, he slapped me around. Kid Rock showed up. I think he pissed his pants, but you know, Kid Rock then started yelling, and he threw a Bud Light at my head, and
Did Rock piss his
thankfully I
pants?
dodged it. Yeah, I mean, it looked like it, and he smelled like piss, but yeah, I dodged it, and I don't know, man. I mean, the dream is over, you know. Nellyville, it's just not going to happen. You know, thankfully I have this to fall back on. That's why I showed up extra profesh tonight, you know, because I wanted to, you know, just double down, I guess. And sorry to you. Apologize for
Okay.
any stress that I may have caused you when this all went down.
You know what?
But
I
you
was
know,
ready to support you, but I'm glad you're back.
yeah, man. So you know, some dreams are just made to die. You know,
But
some dreams just aren't meant to last. You know what I'm saying?
okay, that one feels a little nicer. Than some dreams are made to die
It's
versus
true.
some dreams aren't meant to last.
So that was it. You know, the end of an era. Bye bye, Nellyville.
Yeah.
That's it.
You went from dressing like you're going on tour with Nelly to dressing like you're going on tour with Billy Joe Armstrong 20 years ago.
Not necessarily what I was going for, but
Yeah.
I'll take that. Sure.
I didn't know when to
Sure.
say it. You're just American idiot. American idiot outfit.
I think you're disrespecting the print on my tie. First of all,
I didn't even see it.
Look at that
Nice.
print on my tie.
Yeah.
No, I guess you can't really see. What should I do here? How's that lighting?
Yeah, that lighting's perfect. Love up lighting.
uh,
Do you want me to make you big?
right in my fucking face.
There, now you're huge.
I mean, see, look at this is there's more going on to that. You see, there's like the green. Come on, man. I mean,
No, you're
Just
right.
pulling
I'm wrong.
American Idiot up in here. I mean,
Look who's the
anyway.
American idiot now. Me.
Exactly.
I like that. Hello. Just, what's up?
Nice.
Hey there.
The white buddy. All right.
I'm White Buddy. Next slide.
Fucked everything up, though.
Coyote versus Acme saved.
Mm-hmm. Back, baby.
Let me catch
Talked
you up.
about this, like how it was bullshit to me, how like fucking Warner Brothers can just get rid of fucking movies like this. But this newer studio production company called Ketchup Entertainment bought it from Warner Brothers, and now it will be out in 2026.
$50 million. That's such a good deal, honestly.
That's what I'm saying. You just throw the 50 mil. I mean, look, I think I think Warner Brothers were being sticklers about it. I would have gotten rid of this for like 30 mil. Yeah, I mean, look at the fucking crazy list on this movie too. Directed by David Green, written by May December scribe Sammy Birch. May December was my favorite movie of 2 years ago. It's like an insane satire. It's really good. It's like a take on the Mary Kay Letourneau, like a teacher who fucked the kid, whatever. It's a really good movie, but getting her to write this movie, that's psychotic. It's with Will Forte. It's based on like a New Yorker piece that was like a jokey piece about the Looney Tunes, but then they actually got the dude who does all the Looney Tune voices to voice these characters. So it's like a meta Looney Tunes parody kind of thing, but
Good.
I mean, I was hype on this movie. The thing that was so crazy about it was the movie. They shelved the movie despite the fact that apparently it tested the best of any movie they had on slate the year it was supposed to come out. Like when they test screened it. But then they were like, well, it might not make money, so can it? This is the new WB guy, David Zaslav, who came from Discovery Channel and shit. Like, not narrative features. He's a very money by the numbers guy.
Mm-hmm.
He canned this and Batgirl and a few other things. But
I think Ketchup should re-edit and add Vine Boom 300 times.
I think that the possibility of that, the Vine Boom popping up in this movie, is actually pretty high.
That'd be pretty funny. Yeah. Produced by Chris DeFaria and James Gunn. So cool. Shelving
Film
the
star
movie.
Will Forte called the move to shelve it fucking bullshit. So
Yeah. Oh, cool.
it was fucking bullshit though.
I'm glad.
So we're back.
I will watch this movie.
F. Shout.
It's gonna come out soon, relatively. Then I assume they're gonna start ads.
Yeah, they're saying 2020. I'm assuming they're going to dump it in January. And I shouldn't say dump. I mean, January is usually when like bad movies come out, but I think maybe their strategy is to do that then, like put it out in January when there's usually like shitty movies out and see how it does. It doesn't have that much competition.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
You allowed to use that noise still?
Yeah, I still use that as tribute. The memories, the dream is over, but the memories remain the same. The memories remain.
That dream was made to die.
Every day is a winding road.
They're trying to murk Luigi.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, so Sam Bondi or whatever the fuck. Pam Bondi, I can't remember her name. The Attorney General is.
Yeah, she had this quote today that she said, we need to pursue the death penalty for Luigi in order to honor our president and his efforts to make America safe again.
Yeah.
That's paraphrasing, but the make America safe again.
And fight violent
Pretty fucking
crime.
ridiculous. But yeah, we have some visuals right here of MSNBC News reporting the prosecutors seek death penalty for Luigi Mangione. Right above a CNN article, gunman who killed 23 in racist attack at Texas Walmart offered plea deal to avoid death penalty.
Yeah.
So, just to show how none of that makes any fucking sense.
Well,
I mean, I'm somebody who's generally against death penalty in any way.
Yes.
Like, I think the death penalty is extreme in and of itself. I think it takes extreme cases to enact that. And this does not warrant that at all to me. I mean, I feel like beyond whatever your political stance is or whatever, ideological take you're trying to take on the Luigi alleged killing or whatever, giving a guy the death penalty for murking one dude when people kill people all the time and then just go to jail or go to prison, I mean, murder is more commonplace than you would think, or than one would think. Murder happens all the time. People go to jail, go to prison. Some of them even get out. I mean,
And even if he was like proven in the court of law guilty of this crime, I'm pretty sure in the state of New York it wouldn't even warrant a death penalty. Like, I think it's like I forget what he's tried for, but the specifics of his case normally would not lead to a death penalty.
No, none of it makes any fucking sense. I mean, I was just watching the news the other day, and it was the woman who killed Selena in the 90s, who shot Selena. That was, considered like assassination. And she was up for parole. It got denied, but I was just like, are you even going to give this lady parole for shooting this woman? Anyway, I mean, it's just like in the same week as that's in the news cycle, you got this bullshit going on. Like, how the fuck does this make any sense?
Yeah. I mean, I'm generally against the death penalty too. I think in an ideal world, there are situations where it's appropriate, maybe, but like, there's no way.
Look, I mean, I might have personal feelings about certain crimes or whatever that I wouldn't care as much if people were like a death penalty on. I think like violence toward kids and bullshit like that is a little like, well,
Hypothetically, if we had Hitler, I'd be like, yeah, death penalty for Hitler.
Right, but even that, I don't really think it's I don't think any of it's really my place to determine that. I think it's anyway, whatever. I mean, the point is,
yeah, that's why I'm saying hypothetically, because it's never going to be that simple. Yeah. It's always like there's some fuck shit, or like you don't know for sure, or there's always some shit, or it's like it takes 10 years to get the fucking injection to go, and it'll cost the state like millions of dollars versus life, which would cost less, literally, to just keep someone in prison for the rest of their life. Like, there's a lot of issues with it. It's like it's only there to send a message, right? To be a deterrent. Which
I mean, that's clearly what this is. It's very performative. It's a very performative,
I mostly disagree with the idea of creating deterrents in society. I'd rather just create motives for doing the right thing,
Well said.
If you do break the law or something, more rehabilitative care versus punitive.
Breaking the law.
Blah, blah, blah. Woke leftist.
Woke. All right.
John Boyega thinks you nerds aren't woke enough. Fuck. Still hot.
I do. I really just liked this edit of Star Wars Theory in the corner.
Oh yeah. I like that AI crying
Yeah.
where the water's just pouring out of his glasses. Yeah. What he actually said and shit. John Boyega slams Star Wars fans who are only okay with black actors as the best friend. They're pandering. Once we touch their heroes, once we lead, once we trailblaze, it's like, oh my god, it's just a bit too much. John Boyega is sick of prejudiced Star Wars fans. Can't accept diverse casting during an appearance in the new documentary #1 on the call sheet, Black Leading Men in Hollywood. He says, quote, "Let me tell you, Star Wars always had the vibe of being in the most whitest elite space," Boyega said. "It's a franchise that's so white that a black person existing in it was something." Boyega went on to explain the inherent problem with the Star Wars films and fans making a big deal out of the incredibly small handful of black characters. You can always tell it's something when some Star Wars fans try to say, well, we had Lando Calrissian and Samuel L. Jackson. He said, it's like telling me how many cookie chips are in the cookie dough. Chocolate chips. It's like they just scattered that in there, bro.
I mean, I think his thoughts are a little muddled, but I do get what he's trying to say.
Yeah. Just say his fucking name. John Boyega then went to criticize certain fans' inability to accept black actors in leading roles. They're okay with us playing the best friend.
Tyrone star. Well, by the way, though, they clone Tyrone was fucking really dope. I liked that movie a lot. But anyway.
It's like telling me how many cookie chips are in the cookie dough. If you read it in his accent, it would sound awesome. Bruv.
Just like told me how many cookie chips are in the cookie dough.
Oh, bruv, just like tell me how many cookie chips are in the cookie dough.
With us playing the best friend. Once we touch the arrows, once we lead, once we trailblaze, it's like, oh my god, it's just a bit too much. They're pandering. Pandering, bruv. Sorry.
I think you sound a little too posh when you're saying.
Yeah, I can't bring it down to his. I always sound a little too.
Yeah.
I do know how he sounds. Yeah. Prick! God, you're pissing me off tonight, Bong.
Mamma mia!
What?
I just can't do it. What? I can't sound because he sounds too like.
They're okay with us playing the best friend, but once we touch the heroes,
we all go nasal. He's lower. He's like here. I can't.
They're okay. They're okay with us playing the best friend, but once we touch the heroes, once we trailblaze, it's like, oh my god, it's just a bit too much. They're pandering. I tried to lower it a little bit. Yeah. Boyega is just one of several Star Wars black people. Just kidding. Boyega is just one of several Star Wars actors to face racist attacks from the franchise's so-called fans. I mean, I guess that would have worked too. Kelly Marie Tran, who plays Rose Tico in The Last Jedi, was subject to immense prejudice. Following the film's release in 2017, while Amanda Stenberg, who played twins Osha and May in The Acolyte, received so much online hate that she released a song responding to racist fans during the series run in Disney+.
And that was cringe. Obviously, that was cringe. But
yeah, but whatever.
The song was cringe, but who cares?
Compared to everything else. If you add up everything else that people did to her, that was also cringe. It was more cringe.
Sure. 100%. I get what he's saying. I think people have really taken it out of context, especially if you have. This is the only reason. We're just having fun here. I wasn't really popping off on you, Bung, but I have actually watched a lot of interviews with John Boyega and stuff because, fucking douchebags like Star Wars Theory and shit are constantly trying to tear him down. He's maintained the way he's talked about this shit for a long time. He just has a certain way of speaking or whatever. Like when they take the way at actors who are well within their rights to talk about the films they're in or whatever. They can say whatever the fuck they want. And the people take this shit out of context. He's saying very casually that like this was a very white led franchise, which it was. Like Lando was badass, but there's one Lando. There was one Lando.
It was and is.
So, I mean, like it is what it is. His point, I think, and I also think like part of what he's saying is in relation to his own like aggressive dissatisfaction with where they took in the sequel trilogy, which was bullshit.
Yeah, he said here, what I would say to Disney is do not bring out a black character, market them to be much more important in the franchise than they are, and then have them pushed to the side. It's not good, he said in the 2020 interview.
Yeah.
He gave the trilogy all the nuance to Daisy Ridley and Adam Driver. You know what to do with those other people. When it came to Kelly Marie Tran, when it came to John Boyega, fuck all. Which, yeah, I mean...
But he says all that, but he will also say in the same breath that he's still a big fan, that he still,
oh yeah, there's
loves Star
nuance.
Wars. He's just fucking
annoyed,
speaking his mind on this shit. But you can see, I just sent you on Discord. I think you should bring up a little. I don't even want to watch the whole thing, but I think you should definitely bring it up. It's in your messages.
Yeah.
This motherfucker, dude. I want to hit him in the face so bad, dude. John Boyega just lost all respect. Calls fans racist. He called fans racist. He's calling you a racist, you fucking idiot. That's not even necessarily what he said, but he's talking about motherfuckers like him is the problem.
Yeah, because, he spent all of the Acolyte calling it woke.
Yeah, calling it woke because of black. So
because of black and gay and
like
just for the kids, and you're showing the kids lesbian. You're showing the kids lesbian. Now we have to tell our kids what scissoring is. Now I have to show my kids videos of lesbian black girls scissoring. Are you kidding me, Star Wars? That's so woke and CRT. Political race theory.
We get fucking Star Wars Theory making a fucking 13-minute video about John Boyega. God, this motherfucker. I fucking hate this guy. All he's doing is literally proving his point of just the way he's gonna rant. Yeah, I don't even have to watch it to know the type of bullshit that's gonna come out of his mouth.
Every time it zooms in, he's ranting about some other bullshit. He's doing an anecdote like, when I was Star Wars, it was just I was a little kid and I was Luke, and then they made it, and then he said it's not black.
As Finn in Star Wars: The Force Awakens and reprised the character in The Last Jedi as
because look,
apparently now,
like I said too, John Boyega has a point when he's saying like the defense that the new fucking people like Star Wars Theory,
Star Wars fan, including
say about, I'm not racist or whatever. It was like, why do we need these new characters? We had Lando, we had Mace. They do say shit like that. And it's also like, yeah, you had one black guy in 3 movies.
Yeah.
Like that is a little ridiculous, I mean, I'm not going to, I'm not saying it's the biggest problem in the world, but I don't necessarily think he's necessarily saying that. I think he's just saying, look, this is a very white-led franchise, and I think it would have been advantageous for them to diversify. But the fact that Star Wars does try to diversify, and the fans call it woke and say, "Hey, look, one black guy was enough."
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't know.
Just gotta bungle some little things around here, sound-wise.
Uh-oh. Who's quiet?
Star Wars Theory.
Yeah, Star Wars.
Didn't see John Boyega as what he was clickbaited as, which was a Jedi. with a lightsaber.
That lightsaber, it belongs to me.
Hell no! No!
And they just reduced him to literally
The
the sidekick
lightsaber looks
who just
so
screamed
ridiculous.
Rey, and that was it. If John wants to bitch at anybody, it shouldn't be the fandom. Yes, racist fans they're out there, right? Try being on the internet 24/7.
Here they are.
People are shitty. That's life. It doesn't mean it's
There they are.
right. It just means that's life. It doesn't mean that's everybody. That's just a select minority.
This is the total ridiculous straw man theory type bullshit that people like this say too. Is like, yeah, there are racists out there. That's life. You gotta aren't you just gonna get over it? Like, grow up. There are racists out there, idiot. Grow the fuck up. That's the internet. Like, what sort of fucking argument is that against someone who's just pointing out the fact that it's there and the fact that it's not cool? Like,
Yeah,
what sort of argument is that
to
to just
argue against this?
hey, wake up. Why don't you just grow up and put on your big boy pants? Racists exist. Like, I don't think that's what he's arguing, that they don't exist. Like, shut the fuck up. God, my God, this guy's a
minority
fucking moron.
asshole few. If he really wants to voice his opinions at anybody, it should be right at the people who are paying his pockets by writing him as a shitty character in Star Wars.
He literally did. He did in this article. Did he? Not this one. This article. Where was it? It was I just read it a second ago. Where's the fuck all? Where's the word fuck all? Yeah. You knew what to do with these other people when it came to Kelly Marie Tran, when it came to John Boyega, you know fuck all. He's criticizing the writing of the sequels. So
Star Wars, and then shrinking
Yeah, he
him
is.
down.
And look, I would also argue that ultimately they actually didn't know necessarily what to do, even with Adam Driver, that much. But he's making a point that they really then didn't know what the fuck to do.
yeah.
And he's well aware of it. And this is, I guess, what I'm saying too. Like other interviews with John Boyega, he's talked about the fact that he's like, yeah, I was just screaming through the first one. They just had me yelling all the time or whatever. Like, it wasn't, he didn't write the fucking movie. He's an actor. They showed him, they fucking gave him a thing, they told him to scream. That's what he did. So he just yells through the whole fucking thing. And then they make him yell even more in the third one. That's not, how was that on him? Like,
Yeah, the whole
Stupid.
framing of this Star Wars theory video is like he's making it seem like all he's talking about is that every fan of Star Wars is a racist, which isn't. He's just literally calling out people like Star Wars theory. Not that Star Wars theory was the most racist, but he's propagating like
yes.
he kept it in the fucking zeitgeist of like they're making the Acolyte woke for woke's sake to push an agenda.
I mean, the crossover
what
too
is that-
between
what do you
him
think it
and
does that
people who
encourages
are legit
racism?
racist, like Nerdtronic and shit, like are major too. So he's totally full of shit.
There's a reason you weren't invited to Star Wars Celebration, buddy. Like,
Yeah.
they don't want your fucking ilk to spread throughout the
to appease China. The Chinese posters, if you didn't know about this, they did this with Star Wars with John
Everybody fucking
Boyega
knows
and
about
the,
this, Jesus
yelling
Christ.
at the wrong people. Let me tell you, Star Wars always had the vibe of being in the most whitest elite space. Has this man never seen Mace Windu?
Take a
He literally said the thing. He literally fucking said the thing. Oh my God, Bunk, do not make me rant. But Ryan Johnson was the only person who actually wrote him as a character. That's literally not true. What movie did you guys watch? That's literally not true. He had a character arc. He was a mindless soldier. He was meant only to do what he did. He only knew his allegiance to Rey. In the Last Jedi, he's shown a world. He's given understanding and something to fight for when he sees the corrupt society that he contributed to, and now he wants to fight against it, and that film actually gives him some agency rather than making him a lapdog for Rey, which the first and third movies do. But anyway.
No, this is hilarious though. What hold on, what was the quote again in here?
The fact that he says that Mace Windu, did he get to the part where
Oh, yeah, it's
did
the
he
next
read
fucking
like
sentence.
Yeah, the next sentence. Yeah.
Let me tell you, Star Wars always had the vibe of being the most whitest elite space. The franchise so white that black person existing it was something. And then he says, yeah, you're Mace Windu. And then let's see what he says after the next sentence. You can always tell it's something when Star Wars fans try to say, well, we had Lando Calrissian and Samuel L. Jackson. All right, let's see his response to that.
Seat, young Skywalker.
Has he never seen the theories that maybe Finn was Mace Windu's son? It's a
No, he hasn't.
franchise that's so white that a black person existing in it was something. Why does he say that? Like,
Because of you.
you know, if you're going to acknowledge the minority, and it is 100% a minority, that there are few racist people out there.
Oh, interesting. Yeah. Huh.
That doesn't mean it's every single Star Wars fan. Doesn't mean it's all of his fans. Doesn't mean it's people who just didn't like the film because it was a shitty film. In fact, there are more people that have been supportive of John Boyega's character and the potential that he could have had in Star Wars versus white Daisy Ridley.
Rey Skywalker.
If it really is coming down to him saying, oh, it's because I'm black, I got a shitty character, or people are throwing outrage, where's the logic in that? What about the people who have been supporting you? What about the people like me who have been making theory videos about you for years that you could have had so much potential, arguably, making a better script in a freaking video than a multi-billion-dollar corporation did for Star Wars?
The scripts are good at anything.
You can
Not
always
terrible.
tell it's something when some Star Wars fans try to say, well, we had Lando Calrissian and had Samuel Jackson. It's like telling me how many cookie chips are in the cookie dough. It's like they just scattered that in their bro. So on one hand, he's saying that Star Wars is extremely white, that you can't have any of the actual main powerful characters be any other color than white. But then when you give him facts such as Samuel Jackson playing Mace Windu, arguably the most powerful
He's not talking about how fucking powerful they are, you fucking nerd.
Jedi, that Yoda even like let him take over the reins, then all of a sudden that's denounced and we
Jesus
cannot use
Christ.
that at all whatsoever.
Right,
What
this
about
is
fact
the
that
thing
they
that
were
this
bad?
guy fundamentally misunderstands. He's not talking about how powerful he is. He's talking about the fact that across 3 movies, he's got about 9 minutes of screen time.
He had like 3 lines in episode 1, right?
I mean,
Yeah, like he's not a main character is his fucking argument. He's not a developed character. Mace Windu is a guy.
he's a cool character, but he's about as cool as like fucking Plo Koon. He's cooler than Plo Koon, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah. Bro is talking power level and misunderstands that Anakin is more powerful than Mace anyway. Both points are retarded.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, his whole it's the fact that he said the thing before reading the thing got me bad. Like,
Yeah.
you know, he's like, what about Mace Windu? Right before he gets to the part where John Boyega was like, and all they say is, well, what about Mace Windu? But then his reaction to that is, what do you mean? Dude, Mace Windu was so cool. Dude, you're just not getting it. But then you're going to say, he just lost all respect, bro. Shut the fuck.
Guy that
He's
we're
entitled to his opinion. Like I said, I'm not completely on board with every single thing John Boyega said, but I'm also not John Boyega. Every person has their own perspective and view. And I also don't think what he said was necessarily out of pocket. Like I'm saying, like it's nitpicky things. Like, you know, he says, well, they had a plan for Rey and Kylo. It's like, well, clearly not really. I mean,
No, they didn't have plans for the fucking the trilogy.
yeah, in general. But yeah, I mean, fucking Finn, it's obvious to everyone that they did Finn obnoxiously dirty in that trilogy. By the 3rd movie, you're like, what the hell just happened?
Yeah.
This character. Just writing Rose out completely, too, was also just like penis. You can totally within Star Wars, there have been characters who pop up, especially if you've watched fucking Clone Wars and Rebels and shit, who are like not really likable at first. You go like this kind of shitty character who then eventually you're like, oh, okay. Just write a better story then. If some people didn't like Rose story in Last Jedi, just write her a new story that appeals to other people. Don't just get rid of the character. That I always thought was ridiculous. Like they bring her in, and then in Rise of Skywalker, she's like, "Oh yeah, you guys go and have fun. I'm just gonna go into the trees." Like that's basically the line she says.
Yeah.
Ridiculous. Okay.
And like Mace Windu, when you think about it, he does have an arc, but like in episode 3, it's such a minimal thing. He goes from like stuck to the rules Jedi, and then he's like, Anakin, wait, are you telling me the truth? If that's true, we cool, we chill. And that's the whole arc. And then he dies.
Pretty much. I mean, his character is meant to just represent this all-powerful, noble person who's given himself away. He's one of the more like, what do you call men of the cloth type figures of the franchise. Like the guy who was strictly by the rules and gave away a lot of his own fucking personality, really. And Mace Windu is still really sick. He's cool, but this is just it's just not the same.
Just updating the title to Star Wars Theory Bad Takes.
I mean, you can let it rock a little more.
Literally not even humans. There were aliens. Aegon Kolar, Kit Fisto, Plo Koon. I mean, we had a freaking dinosaur. Coleman Trevor, for God's sakes. What about all the droids in there? Nobody is pissed about black people or Chinese people or any other people in Star Wars when we got freaking aliens in there.
Nobody's pissed. Nobody's pissed about them. Cut back 10 seconds in the video. There's a small minority of racists, yeah, in the Star Wars community.
Wanna buy some death sticks?
So please stop being so...
No one's pissed about black people because there's aliens. Stupid black guy.
So brainwashed by
What the fuck are
Disney,
you talking
who has
about?
literally been probably the most racist to you than any of like the 3 Twitter handles with like 0 followers, which arguably might even have been Disney bots coming in.
I'm sorry. We hate those ugly ass aliens and the brown people that I compare them to. Yeah. Yeah. Nice one. God. All right.
In there. That's just a theory, in my opinion. I don't really know. I'm sure there are shitty people out there. I mean, if anyone knows it, it's me. All right, I get attacked daily by absolute morons with no basis whatsoever. But I'm not denouncing the fact that there are weirdos. But to say that's everybody, to pick and choose a strongman argument that like, oh, well, you know what? You can't choose Mace Windu, literally the most powerful badass Jedi that ever... The man literally had Electrum put on his lightsaber, gold put on his lightsaber just to stunt on people. Just to flex.
This party's over.
He's so dumb. He's just a dumb person.
And it's the fact that he's talking about very superficial things when he's referencing like how badass he is, and then like he's showing this clip of Mace Windu and the aura. Aura is not character development. Gold on the lightsaber is not character development. And which, by the way, very fact that Mace Windu's lightsaber is purple is an invention of Samuel L. Jackson's too. That wasn't even a George Lucas concept.
Yeah.
That was Samuel L. Jackson asked to have a purple lightsaber, which is one of the things that made that character stand out so much. But like, you know, to just be like, he was so badass, he was stunting on people. Like, what does that have to do with he was in 3 movies and had 15 lines?
What does that have to do with like?
This is completely removed from what the fuck
99% of the
point.
characters are just white guys.
Because then it's like the shit he is gonna bring up is the shit like when he's like, oh, John Boyega, weren't you paying attention when fans even were theorizing this and theorizing that? No, because the theories were not canon. No, he's talking about movies that exist in real life, not what you were fucking theorizing with your fucking friends. Like, that's not what the fuck he's talking about.
Not your theory that
makes
the
no-
one black character was the son of the other black character in the Star Wars movies.
It was
Not that-
an epic theory.
That is a racist theory. That the two black characters in the movies are related.
Bro.
Like, obviously he's not thinking, oh, duh, because they're black. But there's no theory there. You just had to make shit up based entirely on the fact that they're black. There's nothing else supporting that idea. Oh my god. At least, like, maybe later you could say because he's force sensitive, but beyond that, you don't know that until the fucking Lego holiday special. Oh, whatever.
He was a badass Jedi. He was a dope Jedi. Like, we don't see race in Star Wars. And this kind of commentary comes...
Stop there for a second. We don't see race in Star Wars. Let's think about that one for a minute. Let's think about what the Empire was. Let's think about how the Empire didn't have aliens in it other than Thrawn. Because they were racist and saw anyone that wasn't as human as lesser. Chilrani sees race. That's good. That's actually a good thing. No, bro, he made epic short movies where Mace Windu survives and he kills clones and then goes to the next room and there's more clones and he kills clones. Yeah, I saw that. It was an epic short movie.
Yeah, that's what... Yeah. It's epic, dude. It's so sick. I write movies. I write versions of these stories that are better than what Disney wrote. I mean, it's like, dude, shut the fuck up. This is the thing. I can understand. It's the fact it's giving, like, the obsessive shit. Like, we've talked about this shit in terms of the way that some of these fans think they're fucking screenwriters. These are two different disciplines, and this is one of the things when I get, like, slightly critical about Dave Filoni and shit, which, like, look, obviously I have extreme respect for him and stuff. You know, we talked about him ad nauseum, but at the same time, like, these fans think they can write better, whatever. What made Star Wars so good, especially if you're talking about the original trilogy, they're just well-written films. It's not just that it's good Star Wars or whatever. Your nerdy theory does not mean you're a good screenwriter. Name screenplays you've read. Have you ever read a screenplay? And you think you can do it? Like, shut the fuck up. I'm so sick of it. It's one thing to be critical of the story or whatever, but then to be like, I could have written that better. And then your solution to writing that better was, well, first of all, we get to see Rey's tits. And then at the end of the movie, Finn meets his dad, and it's Mace Windu. And they totally fucking, and Mace Windu says, you know what, Finn, you're a bad motherfucker. And then he gets a gun.
And then the camera pans over to Lando and he goes,
yeah, and he's like, yeah, what's up? It's my brother. My Lando shows up and goes, hey, it's my, what would Mace Windu be to him? My uncle and my grandnephew.
hey, it's my uncle and my, yeah. What's up, Unc?
What's up?
No, that should be a Star Wars theory parody where Mace Windu is Finn's Unc.
Oh my god. That would have been lit. Now that would have been sick.
If we look at the Dark Horse Mace Windu comic, we can see at the cookout, Finn and Mace Windu are at the cookout.
Bung, there's a theory that Lando is actually Mace Windu in the movie. Star Wars theory.
Oh, God. Do we have other shit to talk about? We could keep doing this, or we could come back to this.
There's some more shit, but we could watch a little.
Watch a little more, okay. We're having fun.
comes from a very surface level Star Wars fan,
I'll try not
where
to
you don't
pause a lot.
see the fact that there are more characters besides Anakin and Luke. Yes, Anakin was white, therefore his son Luke and daughter Leia are also white. His wife was also white. But then for the rest of the 6 films, Vader is black. Why didn't Vader get a white suit?
How can you do this? This is outrageous. It's unfair.
I'm just very tired of these studio executives. And I thought John Boyega was a...
Did he just say Darth Vader is the suit being black counted towards being a black? I gotta hear that again. Like, what was his point there?
But then for the rest of the 6 films, Vader is black. Why didn't Vader get a white then besides Anakin and Luke? Yes, Anakin was white, therefore his son Luke and daughter Leia are also white. His wife was also white. But then for the rest of the 6 films, Vader is black. Why didn't...
No, he's not. No, I don't even know how to respond to this. I don't even know how to take this in.
Yeah, I don't even get what the fuck he's really saying here. I mean, is he referencing James Earl Jones? Is he referencing the fact that that suit is literally black? Because then he puts up the Darth Vader in the white suit, so...
Yes, James Earl Jones was black. He's also a voice.
Yeah.
You don't see him.
And he gave a great performance. You know, shouts out James Earl Jones.
Yeah.
Return of the Jedi, really.
No, he's amazing.
But yeah, I mean, I'm not sure
then
what
in Return of the
what
Jedi,
exactly
you see
he's
that-
getting at with any of this tangent. I mean, because then he's naming like he's again. He's
see race
completely
on the color.
missing the fucking point. He's completely missing the point. The point is, part of at least John Boyega's point isn't necessarily just that, oh, as a franchise it was white. He's simply pointing out it was a white-led franchise, and then when we got the chance to have more black characters, fans reacted in a fucked up way.
Yeah.
He's not saying, you know, going into this whole, like, what do you want? Anakin was white. His kids were white. This has nothing to do with what he was talking about. He wasn't, I would say what John Boyega was even saying wasn't even wholly critical of the absence of black performance in the original films. He was simply stating a fact. It's they're very white-led movies, and they throw us into the new ones, and they had no clue what to do with it, and people reacted like, you know, because I think he's also implying that the negative which is true. I mean, the racist shit that Kelly Marie Tran too went through, like, that's another reason I think the Last Jedi stuff bothers me so bad. Is she's a very talented actress, and she was actually a comedian too, and she Banquet that I hope does very well. I hope she has a good career, because I think what happened to her was really fucked up. And it's proven. It's not fiction. It's not some fringe sect of Star Wars fans. Like, the woman was harassed, like greatly harassed, for shit that was out of her control. Again, even if you do not like The Last Jedi, she is an actress. She showed up to work and played a role. Evidence of the shit that happened to her, of like the death threats and all this shit, and the racial discriminate, the pointing to her race, all of it, the hate speech that was thrown at her, that she like then deleted all her fucking socials and shit. Like,
Yeah.
that is what the fuck happened, and it was so bad they wrote her out of the third movie.
Yeah.
She was she was written in to be a main character, and then they wrote her out of the movies. He is completely missing the fucking point.
George
God
Lucas
damn
planned
it, dude. This
Anakin
guy's
to be
so
white
fucked.
before he made Star Wars. Yeah, that's the other thing. It's like you point out, yeah, Anakin and Luke are white. I mean, that was a decision in casting at the time. And then if you think about, okay, so when you do the prequels, even then, like, yeah, there are some characters that have to be, like, you can't make Obi-Wan black randomly. That wouldn't make sense. Qui-Gon didn't have to be white. Oh, what a... Yeah.
No, you definitely could have had, and that's the other thing that was then, especially in the prequel trilogy, you definitely could have had. Thank you, Distorted Echo.
That you get some goon.
Get these and these and these and
A little
these.
bit
A little bit of nipple
yeah.
twist. Thank you.
Thanks for joining the goon.
Baba
squad.
Nut.
We're
No,
rapping
the
about
whole- this
Star Wars
whole-
theory.
Yeah, this whole fucking argument is so, prequel trilogy especially is just like, yes, but it's like when we already discussed that, which we will circle back one of these streams on the tier list because we could tweak it. I think we should circle back and include the shows at some point. But anyway,
Yeah.
and we'll talk about this stuff in a deeper way. But look, there are a bunch of like random kind of there are a bunch of flaws in the prequel trilogy, especially. That is one of them. You could have had a more diverse cast in those prequel films. Regardless, once again, I don't think that was the main point that John Boyega was trying to make. He was once again stating a fact. He was stating a fact, despite the fact he also loves those movies. He said a million times what a big fan he is. He plays fucking the video games. Like he's a fan of the franchise. His disappointment lies in the fact that
Yes.
Ben,
Yeah.
his excitement over these new movies trying to diversify was squashed by bad writing and negative fan reception. Once again, those are two facts. Those are statement of fact. It's not like he is shit talking something that does not exist.
Right.
And theories over here like it's some fringe element, but then he negates his own argument. Once again, this whole thing fell apart immediately when he called his own fucking self out with, "What about Mace Windu?" And the next sentence was John Boyega saying, and all they can say is, "What about Mace Windu?" So what the fuck?
Oh, God.
Finn should be gay. Yeah, he should. I was always with that. I didn't mind the idea that Finn was gay. I liked the idea that Finn and Poe could have fallen in love. But that's a separate.
How was chat doing?
But it's sold in China.
How's Pong? How's Distorted Echo? And how is Declan? Or should I use your legal names? Would you rather me use your legal names or your on-screen?
Michael and Pat.
Playing Haste. I'm watching Mid-Devil. Oh, you mean Daredevil. Gotcha. We'll talk about Daredevil in a little
Hey,
bit.
we're definitely going to talk about that. Yeah, I think that's the second to last slide. We're getting there. We should wrap this up. I mean,
Yeah, let's just
we
move on.
talked about this.
He's an idiot.
He's going over the same thing. He's just going to milk it to get to 13 minutes. It's just
Deeks in season 2 of Netflix Daredevil.
oh
Eating
nice.
dinner, about to go to work. Nice. What are you having for dinner? Is it good? Can I see it? Can I eat it? Can I put it in my mouth?
I want to have that dinner. I want to have a taste. I want to eat that dinner. I want to have a little taste. I want to eat that dinner. I want to have a taste. It's a chicken wrap. It's a chicken wrap. That's what I like. A chicken wrap. Do it got cheese? Do it got beans? Or is it just chicken in a wrap? Tell me. Tell me. Is it just chicken in a wrap? Do it got beans? Do it got cheese? Do it got rice? What I got in it? Is it just chicken? Is it just chicken in a wrap? Long, thick wrap? What kind of chicken in the wrap? Oh,
Nut.
Yeah,
Baba
there's
Booey.
cheese.
yeah,
Oh,
there's
fuck.
cheese.
What
What
else?
kind of cheese? You got provolone. You got Parmesan. You got what? You got
Nut.
Pepper Jack. You got
You got cheddar.
God.
You got pepper.
Nut.
you got cheddar pepper jack. What kind of
Gouda,
cheese in the
Gouda,
wrap?
Gouda.
Tell me.
Nut.
Gouda.
Oh, thick wrap. Is there Gouda cheese in the wrap? Is there rice in the wrap? What kind of cheese in the wrap?
You're a real musician.
No, dude.
You're an actual musician. That's funny.
That's what got me in Nelly's band, but
Oh yeah.
actually I got kicked.
Cheddar. I'm pretty sure. There's sour cream too.
Ooh, I like that. I like chicken and sour cream with cheddar in the wrap. I like that. All right.
Is there any poop, pee, or cum?
Is there any poopy in the wrap?
Is there any shit, poop, or cum in there? Just wondering.
You know what? I gotta say, I'm gonna say it, and
God,
this
I
is gonna be
wish.
on record, and I can't fucking wait for this to be on record, Max. You know what I have to say?
What?
Sour cream rocks.
Baba Booey.
Holy shit! What? You just said
Sour
that.
cream is a fire. I don't know what you call it, a condiment. Sour cream fucking rules,
It's a
dude.
cream. That's sour.
It is diverse. You can use it in all different kinds of ways, but I'll tell you something. When you're making them wraps at home, totally elevates it.
Do you ever zest a lime in your sour cream?
Hell yeah.
Take a lime and zest it. Go just like this.
Baba
You
Booey.
just
That's
zest
what
it.
I'm talking about.
Oh, you fucking wrap.
You and sour.
Nut.
Sour.
Nut.
Me
Sour.
with
Nut.
sour creams.
Nut.
Oh my
Nut.
god.
White boy stunts party by putting a
That was
dollop of
so
daisy on
fucking
this
hot.
white boy taco. That's
Nut.
exactly what I'm talking about.
Oh,
That's the
fucking
only thing that salvages a
Sounds
white
so
boy
fucking
taco
hot.
too. White people taco night. The one thing that's gonna save your taco is save your taco.
Nut.
The only thing that's gonna save your taco is the sour cream. The whole thing hinges on the sour cream. If they have limes, then you're like, fucking, it's a miracle.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's keep it. Let's keep it pushing. We're close. We're close. Oh my god.
God, I'm
Oh my
so
god.
fucking close.
Oh my
This
God.
rap talk, the poop cum shit is.
My tip creaming right now. My tip sticky.
Anyway, thanks for that follow earlier.
Yep. Dear friends, we're on the road. We're on the road to 100.
Yeah. How many ready to go sound effects do you have?
I don't know.
That's movie magic secrets.
Time to play the game.
Hayden's setup is funnier than mine though, because Hayden has like a speaker and like a separate phone with a soundboard on it.
I have an outrageous setup that I'm never going to fully reveal. It's just so stupid.
I just use Discord. And
Baba Booey.
That's why it's fun.
I love his so much more.
I am Don Cheadle.
Edging me RN. Stuff
现在还有中国，现在我有冰淇淋，
I have that one.
冰淇淋，我很喜欢冰淇淋。电视，速度与激情就 B。
Okay.
Over.
We love the sounds.
I'm gonna bring out the whole ocean.
Oh, bring out the whole ocean. Stream with Chrome. Next thing. Oh my god, more fucking Star Wars. I thought we were getting away from this. Bird. Oh god, I missed the
Oh,
bird
yeah, well, that
emotes.
was just related. You know, this is the fucking trailer. If anyone wants to watch this bullshit.
I didn't even watch this. It's probably gonna be mid. That's my take.
Tales of the Underworld.
Yeah, because they did Tales of the Jedi and then they did Tales of the Empire, and Tales of the Jedi was pretty cool.
Here's what I will say. This looks like they're trying to put a little more sauce on this one. I will say that, but I don't think much.
What's going on in this middle image here?
It's Darth Vader is about to make love to Boba Fett.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Pretty straightforward.
See, I love this because it's diverse. Darth Vader's black and Boba Fett's green.
Right, dude. How much more diversity do you need?
Star Wars can't be racist. Watch trailer.
Just do as I say. Never can be too cautious with strangers out here. Then again, you're no stranger. Lady Ventress.
Oh, shit.
We got a problem here. Just saw him right in.
What's the situation?
He was your best friend.
Things have changed. You took everything from me.
Who are you?
I was Count Dooku's lead assassin. I don't want that life anymore.
Bane? No one needs to die. what you did. This revenge, I hope it was worth it. It will be.
Okay.
All right, here's the thing. It did exceed my expectations a little bit.
The trailer did?
Yeah.
Sure.
It seemed less enthused, but I thought that was. It seems more consistent than Tales of the Jedi. I never finished it. I watched like one episode of
Tales of the
Both
Jedi,
of
I
them.
think, was actually pretty decent overall. I mean, they're both just like 4-episode special things.
Right. This one's 6 though, and this one seems like it has like a more
6, whatever it
streamlined
was.
story. But
It's going to be 2 separate stories. That's how they do it. They separate them into. It's more like Fails of the Underworld, haha, up top, right?
I don't know. I mean, I'm still not. Obviously, I'm not
The
ecstatic.
Asajj seems way more interesting than the Cad Bane one, and
See, I actually was a little intrigued by the Cad Bane story.
I just don't give a shit about Cad Bane anymore because.
Well, yeah, I mean, him showing up in Boba Fett almost ruined the whole fucking show. Well, I mean, the show's already
just died. He showed up, just got shot to death.
Yeah.
Spoilers, I guess. I'm more interested in Males of the Underworld, if you catch my drift.
Oh, I hear you.
They're gonna do Seinfeld again. That would have been a good repeat.
Full of gay. Full of gay on that one.
Yeah, I mean that. At least they are consistent with their animation quality since Bad Batch came out, which means it's good. The animation, at least. I mean, Asajj is the only.
That's what I was saying too. I mean, I thought the aesthetic was pretty good. I mean, the music kind of got me like, oh, all right. It just had a little more style than I expected, just a little bit of style to it.
The only reason I said I'm more interested in Asajj is because we don't know where she ends up, so there's actual stakes to things here. The last time we've seen her in Star Wars was in Bad Batch. She was in a little bit of season 3, and then she left. And she was like in a book too at some point, but other than that, she's just been fucked off, and she's otherwise fairly interesting.
A book.
It was a love story book between her and Quinlan Vos. Can you believe that? Remember when Obi-Wan on the Kenobi show said Quinlan was here?
No.
Okay.
It was so awesome.
Oh no. So the Clamtown situation is crazy.
I was gonna let you lead with this one.
All right, yeah. So the Clamtown situation, if we don't recall, Clamtown, beloved, Jane, store. Everybody's been to Clamtown as a child. There was a workers' strike at Clamtown. There's been riots. There's been assassinations. There's been espionage. You name it. There's been a lot of shit going down with Clamtown.
Yeah.
Jeffrey Peepers, Robert Poppers, Miles Teller now? I didn't know Miles Teller was involved. The Jello incident. Like, there's a lot
Yeah,
of
I
shit.
mean, Jeffrey Peepers, he was basically the Ronald McDonald of Clamtown, and then all of a sudden he resigned, stepped down. Everyone was really pissed. And now it's resulted in all these riots on the streets, riots at the stores. They're burning down Clamtowns. Robert Poppers is trying to reclaim Jeffrey Peepers' throne. I mean, now Miles Teller's involved. I'll let you take that. I mean, why? I mean,
So Miles Teller, an actor, is involved because as a child, he got his start as a child actor doing commercials for Clamtown, and his uncle was a family friend of Jeffrey Peepers, so he got an in through there doing commercials, but he's been hitting up the Clamtown Twitter, and he's been showing his support for the community. He's been in a couple protests, but it's been pushed down by the media. Jeffrey now is a 17%.
He's basically leading a bunch of them, and getting pretty violent too.
Yeah, Miles Teller is getting incredibly violent. Actually, like he's beating the shit out of some people on camera. He's used homemade weapons. Like he's taken like 3/4-inch cast iron pipe, and then he's threaded onto the end of it like a wooden stake. So it's like a spear thing. And the other hand has like a weighted like iron ball. So he's like spinning this shit around like Darth Maul and whacking fucking clam people in the head and stabbing them. I don't know if he's killed anyone yet, but he's doing a lot of damage. He's got a high DPS. But he's passionate about this issue. And the Jello can we talk about the Jello incident?
Yeah, I mean the Jello incident is kind of the big news of the week when it comes to Clamtown.
Yeah, so
between the Jello and everything that Miles was saying when he was on the front lines, people are concerned.
Yeah, so Robert Poppers, in a seemingly he wanted to like bring everyone together, it seemed. So he made Jello for the protest, right? And he had his delivery robot, his clam delivery robot with a hologram, deliver a lot of Jello to the protest for all the protesters on both sides. And it seemed like a show of good faith. Like, here, I'm willing to like listen to you guys. I'm willing to like hear you out on what you need, what you want. So here's this Jello, and then a lot of people had the Jello, and very soon after,
it was rotten clam juice, all up in the Jello.
Yeah, there was a lot of rotten clam juice, and a couple people, some of the Jellos were even worse. Some of them were like, people turned inside out, basically.
Yeah.
The Jello got inside of them, and then they just, you can imagine like opening your mouth like a snake and then pulling it over your entire body, so your whole body turns inside out. That's basically what happened to like one out of like 2,000 people this happened to. So it was like, what the fuck is happening? And then the rest of people just had rotten clam juice Jello.
Yeah, so they're getting 6 of them. There's puke, there's flames, there's shit, there's piss. It smells like rotten clam, and that's just not the Clamtown way. So this is the other thing, is that Miles Teller's like, dude, you're the guy who's saying you want to take over Clamtown. You're poisoning people. You're disgracing the clams by even allowing some of these clams to go rotten in the first place. And how do you expect to become the new Jeffrey Peepers if U.S. Robert Poppers aren't even fulfilling the Clamtown Peeper way? So Teller had to tell Poppers he's not Peepers.
Poppers is not Peepers. Teller told Poppers that Poppers isn't Peepers.
Right. Teller had to tell Poppers he's not Peepers, and at the end of the day,
he's not.
Mamma mia!
He'll never be. He has to learn that.
Oh, he's a poser, clearly, dude. He's trying to act like he's Jeff. He's not. Once again, we still don't know where the fuck Jeffrey is. He's just disappeared.
Worrying.
No one's heard from him.
I hope he's okay. I hope he's just like building a resistance on his own, or maybe he's just living the clam life, You never know.
Could be.
I hope he's happy at the very least. He's brought happiness to so many all across the world.
Yeah. So prayers up for Clamtown. Prayers up.
Yeah. Hashtag prayers up for Clamtown. Hashtag road to 100.
Hashtag Pilferine.
Hashtag Pilferine. Tarantino sequel? He's not directing? No feed?
Yeah, dude. There could be no feet in a movie written by Quentin Tarantino.
How do you know?
So this movie is kind of wacky, and we don't have to spend too much time on this, but I do think it's kind of interesting. This Tarantino, he's like putting off making his last movie because he said when he makes his 10th movie, he's done. He's retiring at 10. He's made 9 movies. So he wrote a movie that he was apparently going to do, and then he was like, no, I'm not going to do it. Well, it turns out that it's basically like a mashup of 2 ideas, the screenplay is. It was a thing he was working on called The Movie Critic, about a movie critic in the 70s, and then it started to turn into a sequel to Once Upon a Time in Hollywood about Brad Pitt's character being involved with this movie critic or whatever. So, as much as he liked it, he decided he didn't want to make that as his 10th movie. And David Fincher read the script and said, okay, so I'll direct it. So, in a pretty shocking move, this movie's being made, written by Quentin Tarantino, directed by David Fincher.
Interesting.
You can click the definitely not feet pics. Some of the most iconic feet shots are in Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. I think that movie's just wall-to-wall feet. But
yeah, they had Mama from Death Stranding. Her feet were in it.
Yeah. Everyone's feet were in it. Margot feet, Margaret feet.
Yeah, Margaret is Mama.
Manning feet.
I'm not even
Yeah, David Fincher directing a Quentin Tarantino script is an interesting mashup.
Netflix deal, so it will land on Netflix. Oh god.
It's also like, what the?
So this is a sequel to Once Upon a Time in Hollywood?
Yeah.
How do you... That doesn't even make sense to me.
Oh.
But I'm not Quentin Tarantino, so I don't know. It just kind of like the movie ended, like, happy ending, because that's the thing with this movie. It's like real life, but what if it was a happy ending at the end?
Right.
Like Once Upon a Time. But now a sequel?
I mean, I really just think it's the Brad Pitt character is just going to be the second lead of the movie. I think it's going to be about whatever this film critic is, and then paired up with a retired Brad Pitt playing the same character.
Tired?
Yeah.
Not.
Okay.
So,
yeah, I like feet.
Yeah.
If you've got feet in chat, send me pictures of your feet.
Once again, though, going to be one of the most expensive Netflix movies. I don't even know why Netflix bothers with some of these movies outside of just trying to keep up some image of like, we also care about movies. We're also cinephiles, We're gonna give a bunch of money to the Tarantino Fincher Once Upon a Time in Hollywood sequel. Now, will you watch this fucking Rock movie where I was gonna say he's the Tooth Fairy, but that literally is a movie where the Rock is. Anyway, whatever.
I saw a fan cast of the Beatles biopics earlier today, and it was Paul McCartney is The Rock, John Lennon is Kevin Hart, Ringo was Jack Black, and George Harrison was Ringo Starr.
Nice.
Yeah. Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, he films feet in a way that makes you want them, though, TBH.
Relax. All right.
Bill, the shot in Kill Bill where she's like, I wiggle my toe.
Right there.
Ooh. So don't you just want to jump through the screen and put the toe in your mouth and be like...
Jackie Brown, I feel like I can't remember that much feet in. Jackie Brown is my favorite Tarantino movie. I think you just see Bridget Fonda's feet like when she's smoking weed, and that's the only feet I can think of. And it's not really, don't really get that close on.
I think in the last Tarantino film that he makes, he's just got to do a full foot job.
Yeah, for sure, dude.
Like, it's got to start. Oh my God, imagine that, like, opening credits, and it's like, comes into a house, and it's like, oh fuck, and you just see it, like, from the side, and everything's covered by chairs or something. And it's just some lady, like, with her feet. It's like, oh shit. I'm gonna bust. I'm gonna bust on your toes. Yeah, bust on my toes. Then he does that. And then that's unrelated to the rest of the movie. Those aren't even characters in the movie.
That'd be a good movie.
Yeah. Movie's like a pirate movie. Daredevil Born Again. And yeah, that's the last thing. Get Max on a direct line to Tarantino ASAP.
You're gonna pitch this now.
Quentin, please. I have a really good idea. So Sydney Sweeney in the next movie, get Sydney Sweeney's feet, and then I can be the actor, and then you get Sydney Sweeney to give me a foot job in the intro, and then I come on her feet.
And then at the end, Samuel L. Jackson walks in and he says, "Damn, motherfucker!"
Yeah, and then Sam Jackson says, "Holy, that's crazy, motherfucker." And then yeah, that's awesome. And then could you also do like 30 reshoots where I have to come at different angles under her feet?
No.
Thanks, Quentin. Oh man, I don't like feet though. It's not a fetish. It's just like I'm okay with them.
Yeah.
I'll do it for the art. So in Daredevil Born Again episode 7, Sam Jackson walks in and I say I have a gold lightsaber and aura and I have the most powerful Jedi and I have a son named
He just
Finn.
flexes on him.
I'm like, whoa, that's so cool. That makes you the coolest character in Star Wars and the top billing.
And the coolest character. That's the only scene he's in. And you're the coolest character in this movie.
Everyone else is white.
Are you caught up on Daredevil, Bung? I'm not going to spoil it, I guess, if you're not caught up. I don't know. I'll give quick general thoughts if you're not.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have too much to say about this episode.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think this shit's a mess, bro. I just think this shit's kind of a mess, bro. I mean, I still am enjoying it. I find it enjoyable. I'm not really gonna keep defending it as ardently, I feel like, as I have been. I mean, this last one was like, all right. Like, you introduce this Muse character, you like set him up, and I get that, like, to some degree, I think they were trying to lean into the, like, almost the Andor more TV thing of like there are different arcs in every few episodes. But at the same time, you have this like through line Kingpin arc that's getting just like, it's honestly getting. Kingpin stuff's getting like, okay, where the fuck is this going? It's just him grunting in a room. And look, it's a great performance, and I get some of the ideas being presented, but it's just getting redundant to me. And the way it all kind of wrapped up with shit with Vanessa and the guy, like that, all this shit could have happened like episodes ago. Like they're just stretching out this like one half a story with Kingpin across this whole fucking season. And then while that's happening, the Muse stuff was like, they brought him. It was then like, and they did this sometime even with the Netflix show that. Even in the Netflix series, I would get a little bit like, okay. Where it's just like the conveniences, the narrative conveniences of like, of course, no. So Matt's dating in all of New York is dating one therapist who's therapizing Kingpin and his wife, and who also the mid serial killer running amok in New York is obsessed with, who is going to be confronted by her. Like, all this stuff was like, okay. I mean, this just like wild conveniences, and it didn't bother me too much, just because like I know in the comics like Daredevil's abilities are like fucking crazy, and I feel like in the Netflix show they kind of downplayed them. Here, they're definitely playing them up with the whole like he can feel the painting and knew it was her face. Like, comic book Daredevil, I buy that. I don't necessarily buy Netflix Daredevil being a thing, but like, sure. I mean, I think they're leaning in there with this Disney Plus version. They're leaning into more like more just kind of like what they did with Kingpin when he popped up in Hawkeye. Like, yeah, in the comics, Kingpin literally has like super strength, and it's not really explained, but he does. And in Hawkeye, they were like kind of leaning into that. Well, I think with Daredevil, they're just trying to lean in more to like his powers are a little greater than you thought they were in Netflix, but it's still like, all right, man. I mean, the man felt red paint and was like, my girl, I must find my bitch, you know. I was just like, all right, bro. But like I said, in the comics,
I thought the feeling the paper was a little weird because he should be able to just tell what the face looked like from the texture of the blood on the paper.
Right.
You know, like there's no reason to be like, oh
yeah.
I know this face. Flashback to him feeling her face in the shower.
I didn't need the flashback to him feeling her face. I didn't need that.
That wouldn't even be relevant on a 2D image of this.
No, it's not. Like that's the shape of her nose. Like, is it? Like, what the fuck? Anyway.
Those are the lips I slide my blind cock into.
Dong into. Yeah, and on the whole, like, we're supposed to be that. And but look, I do actually like them as a couple. Like, I thought they did a decent job writing in a pretty fast love story. Like, in comparison to the way other shows do this sort of thing, I think it worked here all right. And I think they have good chemistry. But it is like getting to that point too now where it's like he's like, I love you, baby. I'll do everything for you. Like, how? Wait, what's the timeline on this shit? Like, how long have they been fucking? Like, they're in love and they live together. Like, I don't know what the fuck's going on at this point with that. And then I don't know. And then it was just with the Muse thing. Remember how I had talked about on episode 6. One thing that bothered me at the end was like Muse was like kind of able to fight. And then in this episode, it's like they're just throwing in this like, and also like I know Taekwondo.
You kicked your master's ass after a week of Taekwondo? Yeah, I didn't even like it.
Yeah, I was then the like, yeah, and honestly, I hated it. Like, what the fuck? That was like just unnecessary, bro. It was unnecessary. It was to then set up being the fight actually being something, but it was just I don't know. It was a little much. It was silly to me because it just spoiler alert. You just kill him.
Yeah.
You're like setting up all this. I got to listen to this whole fucking like detective telling Kingpin about his backstory and he killed his sensei or whatever the fuck. And then it's just for then in the next scene, he just dies.
You know, it would have been much more
You're
interesting.
Like, okay.
It would have been more interesting if, like, this guy, if Muse threw Daredevil off somehow with, like, think like Riddler type shit. Muse throws Daredevil off the trail. Meanwhile, therapist lady's giving Kingpin therapy, and then Muse tries to kill her while she's giving Kingpin therapy.
Yeah.
That would be a much, like, if Kingpin has to, like, save her.
Yeah.
That'd be a much cooler way to do it.
I don't know, man. Because then it was like when he showed up and he's a patient of hers. It's like they didn't outside of when we had seen him. Like I pointed out, oh yeah, that's the actor who's playing Muse when you see him in like episode 2 for like 2 seconds, whatever, when he's at the book signing. It's like that's all the only interaction we see though between him and the therapist. And then it's like in this episode, no, he really is obsessed with her. And it was just like, what? I don't know, man. And to spend like I said, spend that much time on like shoehorning in this exposition, I guess, just to justify the fact that like the fight scene that's about to happen is plausible. You know, just to justify like, you know, they're able to fight entertainingly is then like, okay, and again, just for it to then end in bang, bang, we're done. I mean, all that being said, though, I did think the acting was good. I mean, I really do like the actress playing the therapist girlfriend and shit, too. I think she's well cast. I think, like, again, the chemistry is good. Her acting is good, but it's just... It was very soap opera-y to me, honestly. It was giving soap opera.
It was silly.
And, you know, I mean, look, I think Now we've just gotten rid of Muse, who, again, I thought they were building him to be like the big villain, but now it's like, all right, well, clearly this is just leading up to the last 2 episodes being taking down the fucking Punisher cops, which is fine, and that's clearly when like Punisher's about to pop back up. But like, so? yeah, I think he's popping back up. They showed one little clip of him like crashing through a window. So I think, you know.
Yeah, he'll probably deal with the cops, and Matt will just fight Kingpin again.
Right.
Whatever.
Yeah. But look, all of this is to say too, though, that like I do still have high hopes for season 2, especially considering like they're literally shooting it right now. Like they're moving fast on it. And I think that because, you know, we've talked about how this show was originally 18 episodes. It was supposed to be an 18 episode season 1. I think part of what's happened is, and they had shot like 6 or 7 of them or something like that before then they revamped the whole thing back before the Punisher guy came on. So I think really what's going on here is the season 1 was just going to be kind of messy anyway. They had to repurpose a lot of footage, forced to use some of the same actors who were contracted, shit like that. Like the locations and things that were already shot and whatever. We're like, okay, let's burn through this, figure out a way to kind of make it work narratively to then get to a whole new story. And that's what I think is season 2. Season 2, I have, you know, still some hope for, because I think that's then you're going to see a more original, and with the set leaks and shit too, you know, there have been leaks of the costume and all that, which I think the costume looks cool. I think like just in general, this is teeing up a second season that will be at least more consistent. I think it'll be a more consistent season 2. Like we've seen Karen's in it and all this shit too. Like I think it'll, hopefully, I have hope that it'll make a little more sense and be a little more congruous.
Yeah. I want Spider-Man.
Why is the show so disconnected in general, though? Like, they couldn't make it about one thing. Like, that's kind of what I'm saying about, like, I think it just literally has to do with they already had that they were kind of like, you know, they allowed them to reshoot certain things and fight scenes and like shoot new sequences, but I don't think they reshot as much as it was implied they did. I think we're seeing a lot of shit that was originally shot for the original version of the show that's just being jigsaw puzzled around.
And you were saying there's a lot of ADR in this episode too.
This is the other thing. This last episode was the most obvious of any of these episodes by far of this ADR, of the dubbing, voice dubbing. Like, I could at least 2 come to mind where it's like there's Kingpin standing at the window and at one point he goes like, "Get out!" or something like. But it's not. That's clearly not what just happened. Like his face is like blank. It's from the side. He's not yelling at all. You just can totally tell it's ADR. Like, "Get out!" and then they walk out. What the fuck's up with that? There's a couple times with Daredevil where he's clearly dubbing over all new lines to. It's like shot from the back, and this is clearly not what he's actually saying.
Backshot.
Damn.
Not.
But anyone in chat need back shots?
Not.
But yeah, I mean, I think that, like I said, though, I think in these last couple too, the way they've teased some of the new footage shot, I think is obviously like involving the Punisher stuff. John Bernthal said like that was new. You know, he didn't agree to come on until the dude Dario came on. All this shit. So I think we're seeing more repurposed footage than we even realize. I think the last 2 episodes hopefully are going to be more like closing all of this stuff out to get into the second season, and the second season will be a little bit cleaner. At this point, like I said, I don't hate it. I would even go as far as to say that I do still like it. I just
Yeah, I definitely
this last
still like it.
episode just
I still think
this last
some of these
one
episodes were like the best shit I've seen in a long time.
yeah.
I think Trump Fanboy also did a 3-episode jump, and he's super rapey all of a sudden. Like, the BB story is being strung along and dragged behind to death.
Yeah.
The
I
BB
agree.
is kind of weird. Like, I love the
Although,
segments
yeah,
of BB
her
on the street,
character is like
but
it's
the
her
character's
character
weird.
to me. Like,
Yeah.
who is this bitch? It's just like, oh, we know her through the footage of her show, and then it's like every now and again she pops up, and it's like you can't tell where her allegiances lie. Where I mean, her whole thing this last episode was just like it's not the truth. Like it's all about the truth, but at the same time, like she's shady and she's I don't know. Like I don't find her very likable. They don't do anything with her other than she's Ben's niece or whatever the fuck. And yeah, I really don't understand where they're going with her with this shit. I will say though, like I don't necessarily think it's that much of a stretch to see where the Trump fanboy kid is going, but I get what you're saying. I do. I also just whatever. I mean, it's
Yeah, Bung, they should make
Not
it
an
more
obvious red flag.
explicit, because, like, I mean, Fisk did take Ben Urich, strangle him, and beat his head into a desk until he died.
Yeah.
Personally. So I get if she ever figured that out. I don't know if she did. That's the problem. Like, what is her angle on Fisk? Like, I don't know.
again, I just don't see any angle at all from her on anything. Like it's just it's random. She shows up and is literally just kind of unlikable. Like going with whatever flow. She's not really fleshed out. Just kind of acts despondent, and I don't know. I don't really understand what she stands for.
Mm-hmm.
But
Truth,
we'll
justice,
see.
and the American way.
Yeah,
Okay, next.
we'll see, man. I mean, I'm gonna give. What are you gonna give it?
Oh, I don't know. Just a C. 3, 2.5. I don't know. My out of 5 for me isn't like linear, so it's hard for me to be like. I guess a 2.5. Because it wasn't like offensively bad. It was just that it was.
I'd give it.
And boring.
I'll go out of 10 because I think I scored the other episodes out of 10.
Okay, I'll give it a 5 then.
I'll give this a 6 out of 10. Because I still think the worst episode was the bank episode. That I just thought that was just fucking some CW dumb bullshit.
I thought this was kind of worse than the back episode, but
I think narratively, in terms of the flow, it was worse, but there was more to chew on for me, even just performance wise. And you got a good fight scene, and I liked the scene at the end of the hospital. Like even the little stuff they do just with him and the girlfriend. Like I did like those scenes, and like I said, I thought they were well performed. So that's what kind of edges it over. For me, that's what edges it over the bank based episode for me. It's just that was just so it flowed or whatever, but it's because like it's a formula that's been done a million times. But
1 billion times.
there you go. 4 billion.
Yippee! Yippee Kai! Oh, the tie's coming off.
We're getting cash. We're getting cash.
Cash money.
All right. All
Take off my
in.
coat. I'm gonna take off my coat.
Call in. Feel free to call into the show. I do have a Do Max Know People, but we're kind of. I don't know if anyone wants to play that Do Max Know People now.
I'll do that when we have more people.
Yeah, I have one on deck if anyone taps in. Just make that known. Bung, you can bring that up if you see anybody interesting pop in too. But we gotta Do Max Know People on deck. Otherwise, feel free to call in.
There's some stuff
Until we get to there, I mean, we can throw in Bung's gameplay if Bung's gaming.
Yeah, Bung, you're gaming right now? What is Bung gaming? What is gay bunging? Haste. We don't need to have haste in the background, to be honest. I mean, we could, I guess.
You're a rude dude. That's rude.
I'm not rude. Fuck me.
Wait,
Yeah,
I'm gonna
right.
send you something. Oh fuck! I'll
Please fuck
copy it.
me.
Well, we
Chat,
should go through that.
fuck
We
me,
definitely
chat.
have shit in We definitely have it in Discord to react to. We still have things in clips. I'm gonna throw one more thing in the clips too.
Okay, here's Bungoy. Hi.
What up, playa?
Hi.
Oi.
Oh. Watch screen. Oh god, hold on.
Hold up.
There we go.
We can talk about shit. I don't really have any topics to talk about.
Talk about the trans agenda.
Oh yeah, I got trans agenda on deck.
What's up with the agenda?
What's up with the agenda is you know, we're trying to get the 50% tariff to Translandia so that we can start making American-made estrogen. You know, things like that.
Yeah.
The thing about Translandia is that I want to go, but just to visit. You know?
True. Yeah. Yeah, doing a little bit of a passport boy shit.
Yeah, on some passport bro shit. There we go.
Ugh.
Can we throw up shit while the gaming's happening? Or we can't do that?
I don't care. Yeah, sure.
I think we can.
Oh god.
Yeah.
I don't even know. Oh, yeah, there's...
I just sent you a clip of Woody Allen playing clarinet.
No, it just looks like we have Subway servers in the corner.
That's good. I like that.
This game has become the new Subway Surfers on TikTok, which is funny.
Oh, cool.
It's more interesting to watch.
I mean, yeah, I guess. Dude. What is this fucking freak doing, dude? He's freaking it. He's freaking the clarinet. I like this comment. A much better father than musician. You don't know the backstory to that. Woody Allen fucked two of his daughters, actually.
My go?
Woody Allen.
Oof, imagine
married to
going
one.
down on you.
He's married to his former adopted daughter, Soon Yi.
Is this Hawk Tua?
You know, it really is fucked up. To me, the Woody Allen thing was like the first time that I was forced to grow up, because, I mean, I saw like fucking Manhattan and Annie Hall when I was like 13 or 14 or something. It was one of those first like, I like cinema. And then when I was like 17 or whatever, I learned like, wait, he did what? To who?
Yeah.
And I've just been a cynical cunt ever since.
You know, honestly, I think I've seen one Woody Allen movie in like a college class. Like he's
I'm gonna tell you something. They're very good. Most of them are really good.
right. I think he was already fucking the sister when like I was cognizant enough to watch those movies. So I don't think they were, I don't think they went in the rotation.
Yeah,
kind of thing.
I just wasn't really aware of it at the. Like, I remember it was just something that like wasn't as discussed when I watched, like, because they would just come on like fucking TV.
Right.
And I saw those movies, and then it got me. And then I went to the theater to see two of his movies. I saw Midnight in Paris and Blue Jasmine at the theater. Both still banger movies. Kate Blanchett won the Oscar, I think. She won the Oscar. And then went on to obviously be in Borderlands, which is probably her best work. But
Yeah, Lilith. It's the role she was born to play. It's Lilith from Borderlands 1. Because when I think of Lilith,
dude, he's just out here freaking the clarinet, dude. That shit was funny as fuck. What the fuck? And he's just 95. Why, dude? He sounds like fucking shit, too. I just like jazz music. I just play jazz. All I do now. Hey, Faye. I need to go home to my wife. My daughter wife, Sun Yi. What the hell's for dinner? What the hell's for dinner, Sun Yi? I've been playing clarinet all night at the Jazz Club. It's not a bad one, yeah. That wasn't too bad.
How old is his
Part
daughter
of sister
wife?
wives, try daughter wife.
Daughter wives. That's the way to go.
Spouses, Sunyi, married 1997, born 1970.
Don't look into this too much because it just becomes more disgusting. It's just going to make you feel sick. It's a bummer.
His wife is 54.
Yeah, Pharaoh.
And he is 89.
89.
and he raised them from like children too, right? Like little kids.
Yeah, I mean, his argument with Sun Yi was that she was already adopted. I think, if memory serves correct, she had already been adopted by Mia Farrow, who was his ex-wife, when they got together. But she was still a little girl then when they got together. Like and then he adopted her. You know, like she was his stepdaughter, then became like his adopted daughter, and then they started having sex.
Awesome.
Eventually. Oh my god.
Bro, that's just, that's Riz. You don't get it. That's in the Andrew Tate manual, actually.
Oh god, dude, the Tate. The Tate just flew through here, and everyone just kicked him out. Basically, it was actually pretty awesome.
Yeah, the governor was like,
who's the biggest piece of shit? DeSantis is like a piece of shit, and DeSantis was like, get the fuck out of here. But he was trying to go along Miami. He was getting pissed because every fucking hotel in Miami was like, get the fuck out of here. Like he kept trying to book. He'd be like, I'm booking the Penthouse or whatever, and they were like, fuck off. He couldn't keep staying in hotels, and then one of them kicked him out. Like didn't realize who it was when he booked it, and then showed up like get the fuck out of here. But he was getting like harassed in the street. It was pretty awesome.
Not only is he like
he would be driving around in his fucking rented Cybertruck and shit, and people would see that it was him and be like, "Fuck you" and shit.
I saw a Cybertruck today.
No way.
Well, he went back to Romania.
Oh, that's funny. I saw a Cybertruck today that was even uglier than the stock model because it was blacked out, but it was like a glossy black. So, like imagine just a Cybertruck, but it's like there's dust and fingerprints, and it's glossy black like a fucking old shitty computer screen. I also saw a dog in a car today at Wegmans.
Saw a dog. That's exciting. So we're getting into the nitty gritty.
Yeah, I mean, has news happened this week? Is anything interesting going on?
We just talked about a bunch
Nothing
of shit,
happened.
but oh, you know what? You know what else is in that? You should bring this up. This picture I sent of some painting of Cory Booker. Pull that up real quick.
Oh, I saw a Funkin' Slammer. Y'all follow Slammer on Twitter?
No.
A Funkin' Slammer.
Yeah, he makes he makes re-edits of photos. You can't show any of them on stream.
Yeah.
But, yeah. It was of that one. Where he's looking down, and Slammer photoshopped Adolf Hitler looking down at Cory Booker. So,
this shit is just fucking corny as a motherfucker. Oh my god, dude. Blah, blah, blah. This is so fucking stupid.
Yeah, bro filibuster.
I like these with Malcolm X. Like, yo, what the hell you talking about? Yo, dude, what the fuck? We could talk about this Cory Booker shit a little bit. So it's like, here's the interesting thing about this Cory Booker shit. I'm not gonna sit here and deny. I'm like, because a lot of people are just coming down his throat, and I'll play just a little tiny bit of coming down his throat. I know. I'm going to play a little bit of devil's advocate here, just a little tiny bit, and say, look, doing what he did take a lot. I mean, he broke the record 25 hours, 25-hour filibuster. Is hard to do. Hard. But it's incredibly physically taxing. It's it's like he didn't eat for days, he didn't drink water for days in preparation and all this shit to protest Trump. And I would say, out of the fact that the Dems have been so heinous in their protest of the Trump admin, this was, I think, from such a moderate Democrat, this was the most out there, straightforward, whatever you want to call it, forward-facing act that any moderate Democrat has done thus far, I think, in terms of the moderates. That being said, Cory Booker's a scab. I mean, what is all this bullshit then about the civil rights, all this shit? I mean, the dude is fucking, his rabbi's Rabbi Shmuley. We can look all this fucking bullshit up. The Shmuley, he's fucking, Cory Booker is a Zionist. He's taking a ton of money from Israel super PACs and shit. Rabbi is Shmuley, who's incredibly controversial if you look into his rabbinical career. And all this shitting on Trump, he doesn't once mention the fucking war in Gaza or any of this shit. He talked for 25 hours.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, I don't know what the hell. John Lewis, in honor of John Lewis, I don't know. I don't know how fucking John Lewis would feel about any of this shit for real. I mean, I think that was the joke in some of those replies that I liked of Malcolm S. Like, what the hell are you talking about? But I mean, we're championing this. Like I said, I'm not going to be that guy who says this was stupid or whatever. Like, it was it was definitely putting on a show in a way that whatever the Dems were doing, like wearing pink or whatever the fuck that bullshit was, it's doing a little more than that, making more of a statement than that. However,
to me, this was like a Red Bull level stunt. Like, it's still a stunt that doesn't really do anything at all, but it is kind of impressive.
But it was cool to watch. Cool to hear about on the news, the highlight.
I didn't watch that shit. Are you kidding?
Yeah.
I don't have 25 hours to listen to some idiot ramble.
It's better than Ted Cruz reading Cat in the Hat for fucking 4 hours or whatever the hell.
Mm.
Ted Cruz did that shit, right?
Yeah, Ted Cruz did that, but he did a bunch of bullshit where he like read Dr. Seuss or something.
No, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, he like read Cat in the Hat. Like at least
That's what I'm
Bro
saying.
was
Yeah, I
doing
mean
that
he's
shit.
That's what I'm
his
saying.
shit was more about like I forget why he. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. What you're saying. Like I'm sorry. I meant I agree. Like whatever. Yes, the Ted Cruz did some bullshit. I think he only did like
4 hours or some shit.
No, it was decent. It was like 15, 16 or something like that. It was like it was definitely a whole thing, but yeah, it was a bunch of bullshit, which again, like, you know, Cory Booker's wasn't that. It wasn't just bullshitting or killing time. Like his whole team put together binders. Each binder was like 1,000 pages. And each binder was just him highlighting every fundamentally stupid thing about Trump admin, and
well, not every.
He was able to efficiently. Well, right, yeah, exactly. But I think without even going there, it is pretty heinous that he was able to go 25 straight hours on that shit, binder by binder, and apparently he didn't even get to like 2 binders. So I doubt any of those other binders said Gaza on them, but
right.
Oh, that was the next page, right when he had to cap out.
Yeah.
No, guys, I promise. Yeah, it was on the next page. Just fuck, you know. I'm just gonna get to it.
God, I gotta say though, on the same token, you got these fucking, you know, some progressives who are even now they're pissed at Bernie because he's not because of the language with which he is rallying against. You know,
well,
the
Bernie's
genocide.
a little bit specific with his language when he feels like it.
My whole thing though is what is the fuck is he supposed to do? We know how the Dems work. We know how twisted people are too. I think he's saying everything. He's made his stance clear. He's made it clear that this is ethnic cleansing. He's the reason people are upset is he's not specifically saying Israel. He's saying Netanyahu, and we need to stop the Netanyahu administration. We need to end Netanyahu's reign of terror on Gaza. All this shit without saying Israel specifically.
A year ago, when the Democrats were more in the presidential running, you know, he kind of cleaned up that language a little bit, and then once the Dems lost, then he came back to, you know, his actual stance. But you know, it's like he do be a little flip floppy, not like on an actual position, but he will be like,
"Sure,
I stand against anti-Semitism," but it'll be like, what fucking who's that old fucking lady? I'm saying Dianne Feinstein, but it's the other one.
Pelosi,
yeah. He'll just, yeah, but it'll be on the fucking anti-Semitism point that Pelosi just said. It was like, you've got all these college kids on campus, and they're, you know, they're being disrespectful to Jews, kind of shit, you know. And it's
I do think that, you know, obviously Bernie can be a little bit flip floppy, but I think when you put that up against any politician that exists, I mean, politicians are fundamentally screwed in the head. I mean, you have to relinquish. The sad reality is you have to relinquish your morality to a degree through the course of politics. And what's been impressive about Bernie was just the fact that, like, he gave away much less than others had, considering how long he has been involved in politics.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
There's still some moral backbone, but he's still playing the game. It's a game. You know, the way that the system exists now is a game, and either you play.
Yeah, I mean,
or
it's a game, but you know, it's kind of like bros zero sum. You know, at the end of the day, and so people's sentiments on that.
It's just like, what's the fucking alternative either? There's just,
you know, like people will be like, "Oh, Slay Queen AOC," and you know, Hassan will have AOC on.
She's
every
way worse, though. Too. You want to talk about flip floppy?
No, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, and then she'll fucking be like, well, Nancy Pelosi told me that we had to have group consciousness, and it's like, you know,
Yeah.
there's the difference between liberal heroes and leftist heroes, and there's fucking nobody, and it's like Bernie's the closest to being able to say something
Right,
about that.
I just think he's more representative too because of the fact that he's so old and shit. It gives you some idea that like, okay, it's enough to begin to turn a tide.
Right.
Younger people who are a little more on his wave, and that will develop into, you know, more progressive. However, that you even want to define that nowadays, or even, you know, whatever.
Right. Yeah, I you know,
I mean,
when people are shitting on Bernie, at the end of the day, it's like, you know, even if they're taking it the most kind of rational, like how you just kind of put it, it's like at the end of the day, it's not enough to stop Gaza from being a parking lot at the end of the day, you know? And it's just there's an inevitable like, I'm fucking pissed off and I can't do anything about it kind of thing. And like, yeah, Bernie has to kind of brunt that blame, and he deserves a little bit of it, probably not all of it, but like, oh fuck, Stone. Sorry, but yeah, that was my point.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I hear you.
If you're the one voice speaking out, or like one of the only voices speaking out against it, you're gonna get a lot of shit, even though the other voices are the ones like speaking for it.
Right.
And it's just like, you know, you have all of these apparently super progressive you know, again, who do you really have that's representing true progressives? Jasmine Crockett. I mean, I like her. I think she's funny. I like, you know, we talked about dark woke a few weeks ago. It's like she kind of hinges on that too. She, you know, we'll call Lauren Boebert fucking ugly, whatever. But at the same time, like, she's not doing shit. I mean, she's not taking money from Israel, but she's also not saying shit, and she's signing bills that you know. I mean, she's pretty silent on this fucking issue.
Right.
Or very both sidey. You know, I think there's like one shit of her talking where it's very, you know, whatever, you know. It's just the same type of bullshit of like, well, you know, this is a very complicated issue type of very diplomatic response.
My question is, why don't people take more money from like, you know, like Raytheon and Israel and shit, and then just be like, I fucking hate Israel and I hate Raytheon. Like, if they got the check,
yeah, I mean, I think it largely is like a contractual thing. Like, you take the money and then it's you're signing away.
Like, how does that
you're
not?
Right, if you go
how
against
is that not
them,
legally assumed as a bribe? You know, at that point, it's like, oh, I have a contract.
That's politics. That's the thing. You know,
Yeah.
I mean,
no, I know,
but that's
like,
how. You know, this
like
is the problem with the Trump.
You can get through
right.
that.
Right. Well, this is I was about to say, like, this whole
I took
thing
money from Israel and I said, fuck them. You know, and everybody like,
Sure.
And then the entire Congress turned against you, and then you got voted out because everyone else put money away from you. And then there's the implied, I hate Raytheon.
Wouldn't that look
and
really
then they
good?
Get assassinated.
Wouldn't that look really good in like local elections if you're going off the progressive point anyway? Just be like, you know, like someone's got to try it. Someone's got to try to be like, I'm dark woke, you know, like I'm Dark Brandon, kind of shit.
Yeah.
I mean, if there's a place where a progressive can win a local election, then sure.
Yeah.
It's not here.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's what I'm saying.
But there are pockets where that happens all the time. I mean, there are pockets here in Florida with like very progressive leaders. There are pockets in Alabama, you know, but pockets aren't all, you know.
I'm thinking of like, in my head, I'm thinking of like, who's going to be the next mayor of New York City, right? And then there's one progressive candidate, there's Eric Adams, and then there's Andrew Cuomo. Those are the
Yeah.
three candidates.
It's probably going to be
probably gonna
Cuomo, too.
Even though
Andrew Cuomo, I did not
New
touch
York
her.
is-
I'm Italian.
Yeah.
even though New York is wildly blue, it's not necessarily. There's still a lot of progressives, obviously, too, because it's New York. There's a lot of everybody.
Well,
but-
look, I've said this a million times. I was still living in the city when Eric Adams was elected. I didn't know a single person. I worked 2 jobs in Manhattan. I lived in Brooklyn and was frequented the bars. I did not meet a single fucking person who voted for Eric Adams. I didn't meet anybody who, some people barely knew who the fuck he was. All of a sudden, I was like, oh, here's your mayor, Eric Adams.
Yeah.
What the fuck? No, nobody voted for that guy.
Well, I mean, I heard that illegals are getting in the elections.
Right.
That's probably why he didn't.
They
know
had sway, even
anybody.
though he hated illegals, he hated legals, he hated the homeless, he hated, and well, that's another story. I guess this week is that he got off,
Good.
but his case is thrown out. Eric Adams gets to whatever.
Yeah, it was a
A federal
combination of,
judge
like,
drops corruption case against New York City Mayor Eric Adams.
It's because the Trump administration was holding it over his head as like blackmail, but at the same time, it's like that's like there was 2 wrong answers. You know, it's like you drop it, and then now he can't get convicted for the shit he did, or you keep it up, and now he's getting now he has to keep doing the shit he's been doing because Trump will prosecute if he doesn't.
Right.
It's like, what do you even do? You get Luigi is what you do.
This statistic, this just affirms what I was talking about. But as of March 2025, Eric Adams had a 20% approval rating.
Yeah.
That's like, that's unbelievably abysmal. Blasio, I don't think came close to that low. That's fucking
We should bring
crazy.
back Giuliani, honestly. Where
Bring
is
him
he?
back. Bring him back. Fuck it at this point. Fuck it. But everything's going. We're all going crazy. Your boy Newsom too. He's going fucking crazy.
Oh, he's such a shitbag.
He's. You know what's fucking crazy too is I have friends and who are really into politics and shit. Who are more moderate. Who also were like, there was this thing going around of Newsom, and clearly he's making a play to run. But there was this thought of like, okay, maybe like Newsom's like the one guy who can, or one of the guys who can maybe beat Trump in this in the climate we live in. I don't fucking know at this point. I think he totally went the wrong way because the direction he took is like, how can you even trust this guy if his own kid? The whole Charlie Kirk thing, like he gets Charlie Kirk to come on his podcast and tells Charlie Kirk, my son, he's a huge fan. He was going to come in tonight. So you're saying you can't even convince your son to vote blue?
Yeah.
You fucking moron. What the fuck are you talking about?
Well,
Your son's listening to Charlie Kirk? What kind of job do you do raising him?
The other thing with Newsom is that, he's always like, he totally is like the dark woke angle. Like every once in a while, the news press that we get in California is like, oh my God, he just stood up to Trump. But then he'll turn around and be like doing photo ops where he's clearing out homeless encampments and like throwing like people's shit away. It's like I'm
this will say like there's very little you don't know what Newsom stands for, especially now. I think that like the vagueness of Newsom was to his advantage maybe at some point, but it's like the more that he's put himself in the public eye, the more then it's like, wait a second.
Yeah.
What do you?
I mean,
who the fuck even are you, bro? At this point,
Wait a fucking
what are you even doing?
Man, I was Gavin Newsom, I'd probably like get my dick out and like go off.
Yeah, dude, for sure.
And the other thing with that podcast too is like, he goes like, "So Charlie, what would it take, for you to vote for a blue guy?" And he's like, "I'll never vote for a blue guy." He's like, "Damn."
Yeah. His whole pitch on that, like, I'm reaching across the aisle. Who wants you to? Leave that to fucking Theo Vaughn, okay?
Right, like literally everybody's calling Trump a Nazi right now, and it's like, yeah, we can hear him out, guys.
It's just so dumb.
Guys,
and again, like that was the death nail, that he didn't realize, and for nobody on his team to see that coming. My son's actually a huge fan of you, Charlie Kirk. What?
Yeah. Well, I don't even think bro has like a team that he listens to. I mean,
no, clearly not. I mean, like you said, with the whole fucking encampments and shit too. There's no way anybody was okaying him being photographed.
Right. Yeah, it was like, Newsom gets his hands dirty. Cleans up encampment himself. Like, awesome, bro. You're so fucking cool. He's like picking up a shopping cart in the river or something. Like, awesome, dude. Clean up the streets.
Theo Vaughn's 45.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I mean, Theo Vaughn's a fucking scumbag. And that's all its own fucking thing. Like, he's 45 years old, but he's able to play it like he's. I'm just a goofy little kid, I'm just a goof guy.
Right,
I'm just young man. I don't even know what's going on, man. What's even going on?
Asking questions.
I don't even know. What? Like, I literally don't even know. I'm just a little guy.
Wait, you're telling me the vaccines have the mercury in it, and the mercury make you autistic?
Wow, man, that's crazy, man. Wow.
I believe that now.
Yeah, I mean, he'll pop up and be like, gay people, they're cool, man. And then you'll see him in a video with the Paul brothers at the fucking inauguration. And they're like pulling a goofy prank on each other. And it's like, all right, bro.
Yeah. Just another dude that stands for nothing but is insistent on platforming people. This is the shit. These young Roganites that it's so fucked. Which, I mean, that's a good. We have that Bill Burr clip. You see that Bill Burr clip of
Bill Burr being
and look, I think he should. I will say, I think he should have given like a half answer at least, and then still said what he needed to say. Only because, to be fair, he has been pretty vocal lately.
Right.
I mean, that's just he has.
He just did a whole stand-up special where he was kind of like fairly vocal on this.
Yes, but I do think that ultimately he made a good point. I mean, because you can track. I think a lot of the reason it's like the journalist admits shit, which is stunning to me. Of like, people used to listen to, read newspapers or watch the news or whatever because journalists had a point of view. And that's like gone now for the most part, unless you're watching The Daily Show or MSNBC or Fox News, where it's like so aggressively lib or so aggressively, fucking Rupert Murdoch conservative bullshit propaganda. There's no like real honesty.
On TV, at least.
On TV, sure. But that's what I'm saying. That's because it's all gone to podcasting. You have this weird thing of like, the Roganites of people. It's because journalists don't say shit anymore that people are looking to comedians to tell them who to vote for. And it's like, you really shouldn't do that unless somebody, even if you are specifically like a political satirist or something, you should take those people's opinions with a grain of salt and inform your own opinion.
Right.
With all sorts of other research other than Joe Rogan having somebody on. But what's funny to me about or not funny, is depressing about the whole Joe Rogan thing is like his defense is that he doesn't know what he's talking about. It's like you're platforming all these people, but then you're like, but I don't know. I mean, I didn't say I agree with all of them. I don't know. It's like, okay, so what are we listening to here?
Yeah, and he'll have Neil deGrasse Tyson on like once every 3 months, and then that's like is like, well, I'm both siding, bro.
Right. But then it's like he doesn't actually really have a point of view up until, recently. Well, then he did endorse Trump, but now he's soft pedaling back, which is just, I mean, what the fuck did you people expect? I don't know. To me, it was like he was proving how much he had his head up his own ass.
Right.
All they were thinking about was the money. It's going to be a lot of viewers if we get fucking Trump on. You got him on just to softball his ass for 3 hours.
I saw the TikTok the other day. It's not new, but I love it. It's the one where it's Jordan Peterson. It's the edit of Jordan Peterson on the Joe Rogan podcast, and he's like, "Oh, well, if you look at the liberal feminist," and then it cuts to Joe Rogan, and he's just like,
What are we gonna do about men?
What are we gonna do about men?
Yeah, dude.
We should castrate all men and cut their dicks off and feed them to the dogs.
That's what libs want. That's the lib agenda.
That's the future feminist lib want. That's the liberal feminist that gender wants.
Suck
well, actually, haha,
drink the piss.
Suck the dick, drink the piss.
Suck.
Yeah, I mean, I think the thing about Bill Burr though, like, is that all he has in that interaction though is like all he can gain is like losing at that point. Like his epic moments are, when he's on the talk show and he's got funny guy he can completely, because his like whole gimmick right now and for years has literally been like he'll go on the Fallon show where Fallon's a complete pushover and just like goes, "Oh, I don't think about anything actually. I'm pretty fucking neutral about everything in the ever." And then he'll go, "No, Fallon, you're a stupid fucking idiot."
Yeah.
It's like,
listen, Jimmy, you're no Conan.
I mean, listen, I did love him fucking annihilating Bill Maher. That was awesome.
Right, yeah, and so when he's going against the media or whatever, the only thing that, like, the only people watching that, like, who have anything to gain from it are the people who are like, he's got a black wife and that's why he's been a sissy for the last 3 years, is because
the craziest fucking shit I saw was on Twitter, where they literally said he was saying what he was going against Musk because of, quote, his DEI wife.
Oh yeah, of course. I mean, DEI means black.
His DEI wife, because his wife's black. That's DEI.
Yeah.
So fucking psychotic, these people.
Exactly.
I mean, we knew from the fucking moment DEI was a thing, it was like black people,
Yeah.
How's it equity to have to marry Bill Burr?
Right.
I feel like he made that joke.
His wife's cool, though. I mean, I've seen her in different clips.
I'm sure.
No, yeah, I mean,
I'm just throwing that out there, I guess, for almost no reason. But regardless, it's just
stupid.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to make clear that
Hayden makes appeals to Nazis.
Yeah, that's the
Ari Wokia platforms Nazi.
Appealing to the Z's. We're gonna call them now.
Z's.
That's what we're gonna call them now. The new Nazi is a Zio. The irony.
Gen Z, not
heartwarming. White boy humanizes Nazis to appeal to them.
All I'm saying, dude, is peak head Seth, man. He's all right.
Head's peaking.
Drinking, bro. Yeah.
Why don't you change the title to politics or something? Unless we're done with that.
Politics or something.
In parentheses, gooning.
This is the best title in the world.
In parentheses, gooning libs.
Oh, I've got some not local politics, but awesome news that Hayden will have no interest in, but Max, you'll have like a giggle. Marty O'Donnell's running for Congress again, but he'll only run if Donald Trump officially endorses him, which is great, because that's never going to happen.
Okay.
Yeah.
Marty O'Donnell, Hayden, if you don't remember, co-wrote the soundtrack for Halo.
Yeah. And ran for Congress and completely bombed out of the primaries because he didn't have a position. His position was that he was going to attend Congress and think about things.
Yeah, I've read a little bit about
He's a
this
fake common sense conservative.
Yeah.
He's a fake common sense conservative who fucking loves Donald Trump. He took a photo at the inauguration where, he got into a special room of like it almost seems like he ran for Congress so that he could get into that room with Donald Trump. And things like that. It's completely...
Why didn't he play the inauguration?
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Wouldn't that be sick?
Kid Rock.
You didn't want to be in that stacked lineup of...
Yeah. Kid Rock forgetting his fucking lines.
No, Kid Rock was Billy Ray Cyrus who completely...
Oh, sorry, yeah, Billy Ray Cyrus.
Billy Ray Cyrus forgot how to play guitar. Everything was done.
Yeah, well, bro's like a dementia
what's going on?
patient.
Wouldn't it be sick though if when
Well, he doesn't have Miley to sleep with anymore, it's...
Uh-oh.
You remember that comment? He's like, yeah, I'd fuck Miley.
Mamma mia!
Sir, what are you talking about?
It's very in line with... That's a Trumpism for you.
Yeah, he was pro-Trump before they even knew about that shit. I don't know, other news. I saw
Trump now is going when he's talking about trying to get a third term in. At first he's going, I'm not talking about that at all. I'm not really doing that. I'm not even going to talk about that.
There are ways, there are methods.
He's like, well, there are methods, we've talked about it. And now it's about like maybe having Vance run and having Vance become president and then like
doing the Obama Biden gambit, like what they were saying is like they should have Biden run and Obama be vice president,
and then he vice president if you've been president for 2 terms.
Technically, yeah, I think so. There's no specific thing against it because it's not happened
ever.
Yeah, so laws like that only kind of get made after the fact. Like, the 2 terms was only a law after FDR.
Mm-hmm.
They're like, well, George Washington set the precedent.
I remember in middle school, my social studies teacher was like, yeah, George Washington set the precedent of 2 terms. Does anyone here know what precedent is? What precedent means? And I said, yeah, it's the wrong way to spell president. And then everyone laughed.
Then you put on your sunglasses and
flip the cap backwards.
Yeah.
They
reached over and fingered some girl.
Uh-oh.
That was cool. And
Scandalous.
Was like, whoa, that's pretty cool. Class dismissed early. Go to recess.
We're gonna have ice cream for lunch because of fucking Bradley over here. Yeah.
Ice cream for lunch. Get ready, guys.
Sorry, I dead named you, Max.
Bradley.
That was Bradley in middle school. That was just my name.
Was doing the Halo theme with his hummus. So true.
That hurts. But like that theme and then Donald Trump walking out in a Master Chief cosplay.
That'd be so fucking sick. And then I would stand up and fucking clap. I'd be like, holy shit. That's my fucking president, bro.
Have you seen the footage of Vance in Greenland and he goes to try and it's like lunchtime and he's trying to sit with the
It's the shitty hotel.
soldiers. It's so fucking awkward, and it's like they clearly do not want him to sit with them. Can I come sit with y'all?
Yeah, wasn't it like he
Sit with you
couldn't
guys?
find a hotel to stay at because everyone rejected him?
That was that was from him trying to go to a ski resort. Could have been Greenland too, I suppose. But I think he was put up in Greenland by the government. But when he was at the ski resort was when they were like turning him away. But he went to Greenland to talk about whatever, making it the 51st state or whatever the fuck. Footage of him trying to get lunch, and everyone's like, "Oh boy, can I sit with you guys?" You know, I knew a person who was in the military.
Oh, have you
I
seen
met him in a Hobby Lobby.
Fucking the JD Vance shooting light machine gun versus dumbass oh fuck, what was Kamala's vice VP?
Kamala.
Waltz. Yeah, Waltz fumbling with a shotgun. It's awesome.
Waltz, look, there was a clip of Waltz a couple weeks ago that I was like, you know what? Why he should have been saying this shit during the campaign, but it was like, you know, some of the more audacious. I mean, calling out the Dems, calling out the problems with their own campaign, and
yeah, apparently he's super giant in like the Zio cult too, though. So like, at the end of the day. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. That just kind of shows that that party had no fucking campaign. They had no idea what to do. They were like, let's stick to our guns on the worst idea we've ever thought of.
What it really was no one was trusting Kamala's people. I mean, it was fucking them basically inheriting the people from the Biden campaign. It was just taking over his campaign. A lot of his staff, his people. He had some of her own people who really didn't get much leeway in, and they created their own narrative. I mean, outside of the whole like Kamala is brat shit, it was all pretty standard bullshit.
They should have done a mug that when you put hot water in it, the eyes turned red, and it was like dark Kamala.
Yeah, maybe. Or she could have been coconuts.
Oh yeah.
There you go.
I'm coconuts for dark woke.
Yeah, exactly. Nah, Kamala wasn't at all dark woke. The closest she got was just laughing at Trump, but Hillary did that. What are you gonna do?
Yeah.
Are you gonna buy Greenland? Why the fuck wants Greenland? I mean, no, that's not even a diss to Greenland. It's just why. I don't really understand why we even have Alaska. I mean, I guess I get the.
I think the funniest thing about adding Greenland is like, if the people there are getting colonized, I feel like they're gonna vote against Trump.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess they won't get statehood, but.
Right, that's what then I'm thinking. I reckon it's going to be a Puerto Rico situation over here.
Right. But, you know, it's like, that's the other thing is like,
Samoa.
The Greenland people are white, so.
What?
Yeah.
I thought they were green.
I thought they were green!
Mamma mia!
You think
I'm
that,
so
you
upset
know.
about black people when Greenland exists.
So true.
Star Wars theory.
Well, you know, that's what I'm saying is like, you know, we did have some Greenland representation in the Star Wars movies, and it wasn't very much, but they didn't complain. We had Boba Fett and Yoda, all right?
And Kit Fisto. Kit Fisto was one of the most powerful Jedi. He was one of the 4 Jedi to confront Palpatine, and he lasted second longest against the most powerful Sith in eternity. So to say that there's no green representation in Star Wars is silly.
I mean, it's true because
I was a big Kit Fisto kid.
Kit Fisto can also hold his breaths underwater so long.
Yeah, I just thought that shit was sick. I remember like the Gendy Tartakovsky Clone Wars show. That was so gas. And the Kit Fisto episode of that where he's underwater, like swimming around fucking then with his lightsaber. That shit was fucking awesome.
That's what Star Wars Visions should be.
Yeah.
Cool shit like that. Instead of dumb shit. Like some of it is.
Speaking of, I gotta watch Brutal. Or what is it called? Is it called Brutal? I think it is.
What?
Oh no, Primal. Sorry, Primal.
Oh, Primal.
Yeah.
I watched some of it. I liked it. I just fell off.
The one where Caveman is stabbing everything with a stick, and there's a billion tons of blood being poured out. Awesome.
I was a huge fan of the Samurai Jack revival. I thought that shit was fucking extremely good.
I watched it recently because I was introducing Robin to the whole thing, but it was kind of like, man, that last episode is a little
too sad.
No, it's like a little too quick. Like Aku dies, and then it's like, yay, yippee, and then she dies, and then it's like, oh, okay. Like
I found it kind of profound. I guess I get what you're saying. I mean, I think it was just more of like this visual. I don't know. It's been a few years since I watched. I mean, I think I literally watched it like when it came out. But
yeah, I watched it when it came out, and I remember being like, oh wait until like the final season, like because the final season is amazing. I was like, wait until the final season, and then I was like, oh, the final episode, this bangs, and then I was like, wait, like. This isn't really doing it that much for me, honestly. But it wasn't.
I just think that the idea that her death takes away the fact that she even existed was
right
crazy. I found that to be pretty deep, considering like Jack's journey and kind of.
Yeah, I just think like because the death is so like hinted at, like he's like, and it's kind of like the epic logic of it all, right? Is like if you go back in time, you change the future, and they kind of stated that in the show already, and then to be like, she dies. It's like I was kind of expecting that,
Yeah.
Maybe the power of love would have changed it, or some shit. But
no, I hear you. I guess in my recollection, it still works for me. But again, I haven't seen it. But I do just recall finding it very moving, especially then the end with the cherry blossoms and whatever the fuck.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, anything else happened to you guys this week? Other than 50 followers, congrats.
Thank you.
Yeah, that was good. I mean, Tuesday was a lit show.
I know, the 20 people, I didn't, it was like 9 o'clock, so I was like, oh, I guess they're not doing it today. And then I look later, I was like, oh, shit, I missed the whole thing. Which is unfortunate.
It was fun. We had a lot of bits and this different sort of thing. I don't know. I mean, we're still figuring it out what we're gonna. I think doing twice a week is good, but I like the idea of one short show though, like a quickie, and then doing the more just because then I like the way this functions in terms of the front half. Like, I want there to be a replay value on this to where it is podcasty. You can just rewatch it or whatever. Like if you missed the show, you can once this goes on YouTube, I want to transcend just the Twitch audience maybe a little bit.
Right.
Which is kind of the idea of the front half of the show. And then, obviously right now we're just bullshit in the back half. But you know, even still, I don't know. We're tweaking, but we're getting into figuring out a way to cook a little bit. I think Tuesday was a success overall too, though, and just like what the idea of that could be, which is just leaning into just a Twitch stream where, you know, I did a whole bit where I was, you know, in Nelly's band and all that, and I just kind of like was in character the whole time. And
A bit.
Yeah, we're looking.
Yeah.
Next year, you tell me Clamtown isn't even a place.
Well, I don't even get me started on Clamtown. That's not relevant.
Jeffrey Peepers is. We need to find him.
Yeah,
Need to find you, Jeffrey.
Robert Poppers needs to shut the fuck up sometimes.
Fine, Jeff.
Yeah. On the logistical stuff, Max. Have you hit everything to?
Yeah,
be
we're
granted
affiliate right now.
Yeah, we're affiliate.
Oh,
I just
why?
haven't-
Why?
I didn't do anything yet.
Oh, did you not submit the form or whatever?
No, I mean, I don't know what else I have to do. I am affiliate and I can like run ads and shit now, but I haven't done anything.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, I just.
I haven't set up a PayPal, which is probably why I can't get subbed.
Oh, I see.
That would
Yeah,
make
yeah.
sense, yeah.
I do all this
Can't
stuff,
sub.
man. Come on, man.
Can't sub to you fucking freaks, man.
That's what I'm saying.
But we need the fucking $2.50 we'll get from a sub. At $9 sub or whatever it is now.
Yeah.
6, I think. 5.
Oh, really? Did they increase the price?
I don't know. I'm just saying numbers. Do you think I've
Well,
ever
we're
got a
about to
sub?
find out. We're gonna figure it out.
I know they have an increased price on like Twitch Mobile because you got to go through like the App Store.
Hmm.
But that would be some epic tariff situation. They're like, yeah,
Twitch
no,
tariff.
it's for it's the Twitch tariff, bro.
Jeff Bezos would be upset.
Yeah.
A revenue income.
You know, the base thing, like if Trump was a cool president, it would be like, yeah, I'm imposing the tariff on all companies that, you know, don't have their main headquarters based in America, so that, you know, we can tax them and shit. But of course, that's not at all the angle.
Oh, see, this is the I mean, this is what I was saying too. Like, I mean, I said something similar about, like, my issue lies then in like employment and shit. Like, we outsource so much and shit, and I feel like if you're gonna bring back jobs, fix that. Start there. Like, let's explore what's going on with our outsourcing and shit like that, instead of the resolution to this being tariffs. But
right.
Because the trade, you're not gonna. I don't believe I'm not an, you know, economist, but I don't personally think, I don't understand how this is beneficial fucking at all even in the long run. In the long run is like, just wait and see. In the long run, it'll be good. What, 20 years from now? I mean, the infrastructure it's going to take to theoretically accomplish the things that he's suggesting, like, and we're going to do all these tariffs, so then we're going to create more industry here, and then we're going to build plants, and we're going to do all this shit. I mean, that literally is going to take 20 fucking years. And so you're saying, like, 20 years of people's lives just sucking dick?
Bro, he's gonna handle it. All right.
Right. I mean, and then maybe, you know, 20 years from now, we've established American factories and shit and brought that back. It's just like this method is so.
In 20 years, we'll be an
Ironic.
isolationist country that no one trusts in any capacity.
Right. It's just North Korea bullshit. I mean, Trump loves Russia. He loves North Korea. That's what he's modeling all this bullshit through.
Pre-World War II Japan is what we're going for.
Nice.
No.
Yeah,
Not that
Japan.
sound.
I wonder if the Israel tariff is applied to all the weapons deals that we have.
Yeah, right. That's the thing that cracked me up. Another thing or whatever. 17% tariff on Israel. I mean, yeah,
Mr.
what is that?
Roosevelt.
Like
What is
yeah,
that
like on
for?
what? Like the fucking pesto you bought? Like that's it.
Right. Like I'm not.
Like it's not on Desert Eagles. You know?
Yeah, dude. It's just beyond. The fucking goofy little graph he pulled out too, like it was The Price is Right or something. That was just silly. I was gonna put a picture of that in somewhere. I just was too lazy.
You know, I was gonna
It's
buy
just
a
so
Torah
silly.
from Israel.
Yeah, I was gonna directly from it. From the source.
But 39%
Let them
more
export
expensive
that to
now.
me.
Can't afford it.
But yeah, I mean that's all I got. I'm pretty fucking stupid, and nothing happened for me this week. So
Really.
I'm gonna see the Minecraft movie tomorrow.
Oh
So
boy.
I can't wait. Dextero said it's the worst thing that they've ever seen, and don't watch it. And I call that liberal propaganda. All right.
Who said
Oh
that?
damn. I definitely haven't heard worst thing
Dextero.
ever seen, but I've heard nothing but bad things. But I hope you do enjoy it.
I mean,
Just for
you
your own
know, I gotta show up for the homie Jared Hess who.
Yeah, man. Look, I love Jared Hess. I
made
said this
Napoleon
way back
Dynamite,
when
bro.
we were watching the trailer. I was like, I fucking I love Jared Hess, but I think that this really was a paycheck ass movie for Jared Hess. This was
Right.
hey, take the money and run. But,
Which I don't really
It's-
get. Like, isn't Minecraft the perfect thing to like just have a fucking stupid, crazy Jared Hess movie?
Right, but
Like-
this one's from the trailers and stuff. I was not getting that. The only time there was one moment where I sort of was getting that, and that was with Jennifer Coolidge when she like hit the fucking pig or whatever, and she got out of the car.
When
That was
she hits a villager and it's like a dating.
oh
montage.
yeah, right, yeah.
Yeah.
That was like the closest to kind of like Jared Hess type humor I got out of that whole thing.
Right.
But again,
Can't believe
I'm not.
Mojang silenced Jared Hess.
It's generally for kids, which I guess this is the other thing I kind of have a problem with to some degree, though, because I think it's an easy cop out to be like, well, it's a movie for kids. We made it for kids. And it's like,
Right.
well, look, I do think that a lot of these films should be able to function as family movies, meaning the whole family can enjoy it, meaning anybody from the age of 8 to 82 should be able to think, oh, that was a fun movie.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I'll definitely make a PowerPoint for either next Tuesday or next Wednesday to explain
Yeah,
my
for sure.
thoughts in detail on the Minecraft movie, whether they be whether I agree with the crowd that yeah, it was dog shit, or maybe everybody else is wrong and I'm the only one who understands peak.
Why does Jason
Right.
Momoa look so weird in it?
Silly.
That's silly, man. Silly.
Yeah.
Why is there a girl in it?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Another thing of the Minecraft movie is people are calling it DEI. It's awesome.
What?
Because there's the one
And
black
Steve is
lady
white.
in it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
The actress from Peacemaker, Daniel Brooks. He's in
Yeah.
Orange is the New Black too.
Yeah, why is no one pissed that Minecraft Steve isn't like darker skinned?
I mean,
Yeah,
I think it's. I mean, the whole idea that Steve's just Jack Black is like, what the?
It's Claptrap.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like,
But like, what's with Jack Black? Like, he's not doing anything serious anymore.
No, he's not. He's kind of just relinquished himself. But look, the guy seems like a very. I mean, I just watched a clip of him fucking meeting that one of the autistic dudes from Love on the Spectrum who loves him and seemed nice or whatever. But
I'm sure he's a great guy, but he's totally like
no, he doesn't give a fuck anymore though about like the actual art. I mean, there was the whole the whole controversy with canceling the Tenacious D tour because Kyle Gass made a joke about Trump.
Right.
And he canceled that. That was fucking stupid. And then on top of that, it's like no movie he's made in the last 10 years is, I mean, maybe not 10, at least 5. I'm going to look right now.
Right. Well,
it's all just been sequels or kids movies or bullshit or.
Right. And I think the worst thing about it is Jack Black and Jared Hess have history. Nacho Libre was a fucking good ass movie.
I fucking love Nacho Libre.
It's fucking great. It's such a good movie. And Jack Black is acting his ass off in it. And he's funny and shit.
Well, outside of that, I mean, he's been in some serious hitters too, though. I mean, Bernie is a really great movie.
All I know are his children's movies because that's all I've seen.
I mean, he's in some heavy.
Rock was good.
Yeah, sure. And Margot at the Wedding. That's another movie, bro.
Yeah, he's in Jumanji. That shit was
let's see.
That's when he started
phoning it in. Don't Worry, He Won't Get Far on Foot, but that wasn't. What was that? 2018. Wes Van Sant. Yeah, since then it's been House with Clock Has Walls, Goosebumps 2, Jumanji 2, Jumanji 3, Apollo 10.5, Super Mario movies, Kung Fu Panda 4, Borderlands, a Minecraft movie. So, I mean, he's on a run of just stupid shit. He was in that Dear Santa movie last year, which I really was going to watch, and then 2 different people were like, please don't watch it. Please don't.
It'll ruin your life.
Fuck, all right, whatever.
What is the Dear Santa? Can you remind me?
It was last year. The premise was a kid who is dyslexic writes a letter to Santa, but he's dyslexic. So what do you think happened?
Oh, yeah, the Satan. Oh, yeah, Jack Black's Satan.
Yeah, he writes it to Satan.
Yeah.
So he writes a letter to Satan, who's Jack Black, who then poses as Santa for the kid, but then is gonna grant him wishes or something, like a genie. I don't know. That's basically the gist.
Awesome. What if we made the classic Joker movie?
Yeah.
Type shit. Wow, I forgot that existed. Probably because it was so dog shit, and I didn't watch it.
There you go.
Oh.
He was in The Mandalorian.
Oh, right, yeah.
Yeah. Lizzo.
How's she doing? Everybody likes her.
She's going to be in a Sister Rosetta Tharpe movie, which I find kind of interesting. Sister Rosetta is one of the people who invented rock and roll, really. I guess she's.
Did you say fart movie?
No, I don't even know where fart came from.
I heard Sister Rosetta Fart movie.
Sister Rosetta Tharpe.
Tharpe, okay.
A woman. Musician.
Farping on it.
Jesus.
Who's gonna be in a fart movie?
I heard your mom's in a fart movie. Fucking idiot.
Hey, fatty. You're fat.
Yeah.
You should eat less. I'm Lizzo.
She did lose a bunch of weight, actually.
Yeah. Well, Max is referring to that the allegations that she had that she was
yeah, that she was
shitting on her dancers
for being fat.
I thought that was all stupid. I don't really give a fuck. To be honest, there's my controversial opinion. I don't know. I thought that whole shit was fucking dumb. She was mean to me because then she was like, "Yo, like I was bringing them to like strip clubs and shit, not because I forced them to." That was the thing that I thought was like funny. Was like, call me the asshole, I guess, but you signed up to dance for Lizzo, who at the time was like doing a lot of like ratchet songs and shit. And one of the allegations was like, I felt forced to go to the strip club and I didn't want to go to the strip club. And then it was like, and then Lizzo was like, well, I invited everybody to the strip club because I thought it was cool. It was because it was in like Paris or something. Like the whole story came out, it was like this like burlesque thing, really. And she like invited everybody. But then like the one dancer, who had like put up a bunch of allegations against her, like in the statement or whatever, was like, she forced me to go to a strip club. And it was like, first of all, I don't know. I mean, you can tell me I'm victim blaming, I guess, but I don't know, man. I thought the whole shit was kind of stupid.
I also don't really care. That's why
it was Lizzo.
Saying, I'm fat. You're fat.
Yeah.
I don't give a shit.
Well, there you go. Also, like, I'll really see if a fat person calls you fat. I don't really know, like,
like, damn, you must be fat.
Well, not really that. Although I like that sentiment, but I think it's more like, why do you even fucking, I don't know. I guess my skin's not that thin. I would not. Once again, though, I'm not going to be like, let me tour with Lizzo and then get offended when she acts like Lizzo.
Right.
Like I didn't understand like most of that shit. Like I didn't. At least I thought the behavior sounded like maybe a little problematic. I did not think it was like cancelable. It sounded like just ignorant bullshit that happens all the time. She called me fat. Maybe lose some weight, bitch.
Oh, chat.
Oh.
Chat.
Oh.
Can you believe that, chat? Whoa. Damn, the
Chat.
whole
There's no one here but Chill Ronnie.
Watch out, Epic Cancel Fest. I'm here. But yeah, no, I'm tapped out.
I'm kidding.
Yeah, let's end. I'm done.
No.
We hit 4 hours.
You know, I like to get to 420. Ronnie loves Lizzo.
We don't need to get to 420 max. If my vote matters, which it doesn't.
It matters a little bit. Matters more than nothing.
Awesome.
Awesome. I don't know. There are still clips. I'll say it.
I mean,
a couple clips.
There are clips, but like,
burn the clips.
You could hold on to the clips for
a Secret Service story.
Yeah.
So here's the thing about the Secret Service. They're secret and it's a service, but they're not so secret anymore because the service is known by everybody. So what's the secret really?
Secret is they recruit kids.
Uh-oh.
With brain cancer.
The secret is they called me fat and made me go. They made me go.
Is your name Hayden? Yes. Did you call? You're fat.
Listen, you're fat. Do you want to go have an awesome time? No.
President wants you to have an awesome time with Lizzo.
No.
Hey Hayden, it's me, Lizzo. I'm with the Secret Service. Fatty.
You're so fat. You want to go?
Want to go see a burlesque show in Paris?
You want to go get drunk and here's a bunch of dollar bills. No, please. Stop.
God, I didn't know what I was signing up for. Man, look what I'm wearing, too. Makes me look
Let's
fat.
party. I don't want to party. Please.
You gotta. I'm the Secret Service. If you don't, I'll shoot you.
Fuck yeah.
Uh-oh. I guess I gotta...
Do this cocaine. Snort this. Take this pill.
Alright, well, I'm gonna start playing Skyrim, so either you guys start looking at clips or you can change the thing to Skyrim.
Skyrim.
Yeah. I don't have any porn mods, I don't think.
You just have your wench mods.
My wench mods, but they're not sexual.
No, of course
I
not.
play Fortnite. I could play one match of Fortnite.
I want to stop.
I don't know. Yeah.
I'm Fortnite.
What?
You can see
This
the
whole
you can see if those guys are live streaming still. The guys I sent you yesterday. The guy who had egg throw up all over himself.
Oh.
Ooh, what the fuck?
Yeah, yeah. That's why I put in news. Dr. I.
I didn't see.
Oh.
You reacted to it.
Wait, let me look. And now I'm like, wait.
Look at the news channel, you shitbag. You reacted to it.
Oh yeah. Batman and Spider-Man.
Batman
Yeah.
dropped the eggs on Spider-Man is the description.
I did not put together. You were just like the guy who puked egg all over himself.
Imagine if you were sitting there in that room and then Spider-Man called you fat and asked you to go to a burlesque show. Hey. Hey.
Oh my fuck.
Tubby. Hey. Get your credit card.
Oh fuck.
Go to ATM. Get tingles. We're good burlesque. I almost bought Oreos at the store today, but I didn't.
I'm looking at the allegations right now, though, and it's exactly what we just described, except for one thing that is throwing me off. But I don't see like anything expanding on this because it said like she was accused of harassment, discrimination, creating a hostile work environment. But then it says accusing them of false imprisonment.
That means
unlawful imprisonment occurs when a person intentionally restricts another person's movement within any area.
Oh, you said false imprisonment.
I did. It's the same. False imprisonment or unlawful imprisonment.
That's bullshit. That shouldn't be the same. That's implying something different.
Under common law, false imprisonment is both a crime and a tort.
What? A tort?
You know what what a tort? Can you?
Oh, I know what a tort
No.
is.
What I like on the top is it says on the top of the article for tort, it says not to be confused with tart, torte, or torta.
Okay.
Well, tell me what a torta is.
We need to end. We have one viewer.
Oh, fuck. I mean, I guess I'll accept ending on 410.
Our average viewer goes down the longer we're streaming with less viewer.
I don't know what it is. What did we do wrong tonight, Max? Lack of consistency, lack of, what was it?
You streamed on a Thursday instead of the day you stream. Sometimes
my
that just
penis
happens. That's okay.
It's not okay. Why would you
It's
say that's
not
okay? Why didn't you say, "Oh, little baby"?
Because I'm evil.
I'm evil.
Evil bungoy.
So evil. I'm being strung along here. I have fucking nothing to say. And we at the pad 12 minutes.
No, we don't. I'm
And
being
this-
polite. I'm being polite.
Do you like? Can you look up real quick when Trump has his hair slicked back? Why does he do that?
What?
You know, it's not when Trump has the normal hair. He slicks his hair back, so especially when he's in like Mar-a-Lago and shit. He just has his hair like slicked back. Look that up.
Why do you want me to look this up?
I just want to just throw it up on screen. I just want that image. Look at that. What is that? Oh yeah, look at that one. That's a good one up there. I don't like that. Oh yeah, him in the white shirt right there. That's good. That's like what he really looks like on a day to day. Like that. Bye. 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 Bye bye, Lizzo. Bye. Bye. Bye bye, Lizzo. Bye. Bye bye, Fat Spider Eggman. Bye. Bye, Chill Ronnie. Bye.
If you had a good time, follow us on Twitch. And if you really liked us, why don't you give me an itch on my penis to make me come, make me real hard, make me want to do it again, make me take you to the bar.
Okay, goodbye.
Follow us on Twitch.